Ganja smoking, they got rum in me cup. Bad gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor.
Let's get it. وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم مستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية بتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعاراً للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
Backlines, 1391, a triple kill, a double kill from the Omen. And this guy is spotted the Mortier 4 jacket. If day one was a banger, then we'll make sure that day two is one heck of a story. Welcome everybody to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Ramadan edition. My name is Ramon, and with me is caster JT. We're your casters for the best of three that we have for you guys today, and I'm sure that you had a lot of fun from yesterday's games. JT, how are you today? Because I know that you just came home right now, and you were 100% excited to watch these games right here with me.
Okay, first of all, I like how you indicated to everyone I just got home.
Yeah.
But yes, I did. I was pretty excited to not miss a single match for today's set of games here, especially since we are on the best of three lines so far. Before we continue on, right, let's talk about what happened yesterday. The sets of matches that was shown on stream and not shown on stream. I think one of the biggest things that people were excited when you watched the match was the OU versus UFC. Because in the first match, it looked like UFC were having the upper edge. I don't know if you watched it. It was the last series that was casted on the stream itself, but it was so close to the point that Oyun came back, and then afterwards he just continued being Oyun as Adi won at 2-0. Meanwhile, WKNK and Fifth Path are playing off stream, and these two names are household names in this Dubai Esports tournament series that we've had from the previous year. So now that they were facing in this year, Fifth Path falls short as WKNK will continue on. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Forsaken and Last Minute, I don't think it's a team that we've ever heard of yet, right? I don't think we've ever seen them yet. So it was like a dark horse that we didn't really know much about. But Team Forsaken really played their hearts out as they get it easy does it 2-0. As Fraggers and Peacemakers, which we casted, Fraggers just being Fraggers, and they're just a whole new set of skills. So that means we're currently in our semifinals, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm so excited to see what's in store for us.
Mm. Yeah, right. I mean, last three best of threes for this whole tournament, and we're gonna be capping off that first one with Fraggers and Team Forsaken facing off against each other in our first best of three of the night. Well, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this whole event has not been possible without our official sponsors for the whole Dubai Police Esports tournament. Thank you so much to Esaad, our main sponsor for the whole event. Of course, let's not forget XFX, Zowie, Q Club, and Retroforless for making all this possible. Of course, this whole event was organized by the 404 Esports guys, as well as the Dubai Police for giving us an opportunity to have this whole event for us today, having some good old Valorant for the community in Dubai Police Esports. So, just one big shout out to everybody who has made a lot of this possible, especially the viewers out there, all the way watching from Twitch, Facebook, as well as on the YouTube channel of 404 Esports. And if you guys tune in, then you're going to be having one hell of a banger watching a lot of these games right here. So, something that we can expect from the Fraggers versus Team Forsaken game. Before we head into the game itself, before the 8 to select comes online, before we show up what the map veto is, I'm wondering what are your thoughts on this particular matchup in particular? Because we already know like what both of these teams have to offer, since these two have already been veterans in the Dubai Police Esports tournament. Maybe you have some sort of a framework about what is going to happen or how things are going to turn out later on.
I'm trying to remember. I know for a fact that this is not the first time they played up against each other. They have played up against each other, and they are able to take games out of each other, and that's the most important part. Because going through their journey so far in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Ramadan edition, they have yet to face an opponent that really pushed them to the brim, that really pushed them to the edge of the cliff, right? So this knowing this going forward, I expect this to be a possible map number 3, but if it goes to a 2-0, it's going to be a very close 2-0. It's not going to be like hand me down 13-2. It's going to be a probably neck to neck 11-13, stuff like these that we're going to see from these guys because they know each other. They have personally played up against each other, and it's a duel that will definitely put a lot of action in this stream today.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the bracket right here now, overall is like this whole semifinals for all four teams that we have has so much history coming up online. Especially if we head on into our grand finals when all four of these teams have very similar faces, especially for that second semifinals bracket, OUN versus WKNK, which they already had their own head-to-heads as well. So what do you think is going to be that expectation? Even though we're not going to be casting that game, we won't have our eyes on that. We'll be watching that later on, though. So maybe you have a prediction for OUN versus WKNK before we head on into the break?
I think it's more about Oyun being the defending champions, right? They are the champions of the Dubai Police SWAT edition. So they currently hold the crown of being the champions. And definitely, you want to continue on showing the reason why they are crown champions. You want to show that they are the best team currently in this tournament and putting a statement there that we're not going to pass it down to anybody. We're going to continue keeping it, and we're going to continue showing dominance throughout this entire tournament. So, with that said, there's a lot of pressure going to be coming out from them, but I still think that they are way consistent in the way they play, especially yesterday on how they're able to make their comeback. So I would say most likely Oyun has a better chance going to the grand finals, but definitely you can't kick out WKNK because the possibility is always there.
All right. Well, it's either going to be a dynasty helling up on the helm, especially if Oyun go for that deep run, or will another dark horse come up online? Because every single one of these teams in the semifinals bracket have all the potential in the world to claim it all, but only one will stand tall, especially in the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. We're going to have a quick short break, so don't go anywhere. Grab some snacks, get your water, and don't go away, because we'll be right back after a few short messages from our sponsors.
I will always be the one that's right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode. Ganja smoking, they got rum in me cup. All the gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor.
Let's get it.
It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love.
Ready, set, go, face the time.
right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode. up. Ganja smoking, me got rum in me cup. Bad gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor.
It's been a hot minute, but we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Dubai Police Esports Tournament Ramadan Edition. Of course, we are your casters, Ramon and caster JT. It has been a cozy time preparing for all for what's to come, but now it is time to head on into our first best of 3 of today. It is going to be Fraggers versus Team Forsaken, and a lot of history between these two teams, but this is where they settle the score. It is semifinals best of 3 right now for the grand final spot in the Ramadan edition. Caster JT, we have already talked about this matchup so far. What about the map vetoes right here? What are you expecting to look at right now?
I mean, if we're gonna go do our due diligence, right? The last time these guys have played, you know, putting a story into this, Fraggers up against Forsaken, which happened in 2023. They had their best of 3, and Fraggers were the one who did win it all, 2-1 up against Forsaken. Now that was up against Forsaken's previous roster. This time they have a new squad, of course, other than having their core squad, which is Tensa and Tesor. Now they have a couple of new players joining them this time. The question is, are they stronger as a unit, stronger as a team, compared to Fraggers, who still have the same roster other than Vic now being part of them? In terms of
Yeah.
like the maps that you were talking about, I would love to see an Ascent. I just like Ascent in general. And Icebox would be also interesting to see.
Yeah. I think like since this is the best of three stage, I feel like a lot more breathing room is to be made for any type of team that is coming into these round three uh playoffs right now, right? So as we head into the bracket, we're just gonna be showing everybody how the whole tournament has gone on down since the broadcast. We already saw how Fraggers and Peacemakers have turned on down 2-0. Team Forsaken in the last minute also swept their own competition. And yesterday, Oyun and UFC had a very interesting fight. However, for WKNK and Pip the Path, that was just one heck of a spectacle to watch. I just really hope that this one is where it all delivers right now, right? Because this is the game that we're going to be casting. And Fraggers and Team Forsaken have both, I'd say, been regulars for the Dubai Police Esports tournament. And in terms of the map vetoes, you said Ascent. I would love to see a lot more Lotus because Lotus is the type of map that has a lot more room for creativity, a lot more room for strats that you normally wouldn't see out of vanilla maps like Haven, which is not in the competitive pool anymore. Wouldn't see out of Icebox, which always have the map or the mid side of things. But in Lotus, you always have to fight off against those three maps, which I feel like is Haven esque, but a lot more room for creativity since more compositions could also be played here, like the double initiator comp that we've also been looking for teams, like double duelist for a lot of comfortability for somebody like Oyun, somebody like Fraggers, if they want to go for something that they are known to prove, right? But this also shows that anybody could very well take the tournament right here, especially if they're able to get the map veto up and check for themselves.
I think another factor that we barely get to see, especially in, I guess, esports here in the Middle East, is that Sunset. Not a lot of players like Sunset. I feel like it's a map that you don't really like partaking in. It's not a map that they're comfortable to play with. Lotus, I would say, in Breeze, like these maps are pretty fine with them. But when it comes to Sunset, definitely it's not something that I look forward to. So maybe I would like to see one of the teams mastering Sunset and just taking advantage of it and using it to their devices in this best of three that is about to happen. Another thing to talk about is that when you look at the journey of all the teams here who came from the bracket, it's all been 2-0s. There's no team that went 2-1, no close matches, and that sort of aspect where a map number three was brought into the fray. So that's another interesting thing to see and to take note of because we're going down the line here already, Ramon. There's only four teams remaining, and it's do or die. Like I said, either you continue on going for the grand finals, or you go for the third placer decider, which of course is gonna give you a hefty sum there. But at the end of the day, you do want to get that championship. Now, in their very eyes, here we have Forsaken up against Fraggers, and you can tell based on the amount of maps that they have played in the Dubai Police Esports tournament at in all of the series that they have done, 75% win rate coming from Fraggers, who have played quite a handful of maps already in the previous tournaments. Same with Forsaken, where we do see them always get cut short by stronger teams, but maybe this is their time to shine.
Yeah. I do want to point out that it's a smaller sample size, almost half, actually half exactly, compared to Fraggers right now, but they also get themselves a solid win rate, meaning that they more or less win 7 out of 10 of the times that they play in their Dubai Police Esports service. So, it's going to be one heck of a spectacle. It's one heck of a story to put out since they are one of the newer names that we've had, although we are kind of used to calling them regulars at this point. Team
Mhm.
Forsaken have a huge chip on their shoulder and they're looking to run with it now against the team of Fraggers. So as we head on into this best of three, this also gives a lot of room for us to discuss about the map vetoes, and we already have them over at our notes right now. We got Ascent and Icebox banned away, so the vanilla maps are out. We got Bind and Lotus for our first two games as we head on into the cider as well. You mentioned that Sunset wasn't really a popular pick over at the MENA region. We're getting that as a decider if ever that we go to a game number three. That's going to be exciting.
I do hope we go to game number three because I would love to see on how the region alone plays around this map because you don't really have a big portion, right, on seeing on our sample size and see on how people play it, what type of composition that they have, because you can run quite a handful of compositions here in Sunset. There's not always this is the competition you have to play. There are many ways you can tackle the situation. So definitely something I want to see. But with that said, though, the first map we are going to be coming on is a desert map, which has to be, in Bind. Like I said, Habibi, come to Bind. We are going to be playing here. And I feel like a typical setup here would always just have a single duelist, unless you're quite greedy and going a double duelist, which people have played in this tournament, but not that as successful as they want it to be. But normally you get a Viper and a Raze player, right? And that's mostly how you want to really play around that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like a team that pops up into my mind is like Fraggers, who are also susceptible to play that double duelist comp. Also think about Oyun; they are also a team who like to play that more aggressive style approach. So, if we go into compositions, and they're a little bit more fleshed out compared to our previous Dubai Police Esports tournament. Because at this point, we already know all the teams here coming on into our semifinals bracket right now.
Mhm.
So, there are not going to be any more room for surprises unless they surprises with the Gecko pick. I believe Gecko is one of the more underrated agents who come up into the pool. You could also have possibly a Fade into the mix. Sova has been declining in popularity, considering that there are a lot more options compared to how the pool was in initiators back when Valorant started out. Now a lot more info agents are coming out with a lot more of their niches, a little bit more popular than most. Now Sova is one of those agents where it's a little bit more specialized in one type of map, which is Ascent. Lotus, sometimes you could also pull it out in very early maps like Haven, but since Haven's out of the pool, we gotta expect like a lot more initiators to be a little bit more popular. That's why I want to pull up the Gecko comp, because I feel like Gecko in a map like Bind and a map like Icebox is rising in popularity due to the amount of flexibility that agent actually pulls out in composition. Now take note, both Team Forsaken and Fraggers have not pulled out the Gecko comp, at least not in a broadcast perspective. They probably have been scrimming it out, trying it out for themselves. But nevertheless, if they pull it out right here, then that could possibly be a pocket pick heading on
I
into the grand
mean, when you
finals.
look at a map, I really doubt that they'll play on Bind, but maybe Lotus. Like the chances are much higher in Lotus, especially on how much Gecko can really provide on that map in particular. Most likely though, Bind, there are a lot of handful of agents that we have not seen yet in this tournament per se. Especially, I guess Yoru would be another factor, right? Because we've seen people do play Yoru and Bind, but so far, people just pick what they're comfortable with. And Yoru could be something out of the hat, right? If you know how to really utilize his kit, if you know how to utilize his teleports, his clones and fakes and everything of the sorts, you can really put an advantage. As taking a site might be much easier actually if you do have a Yoru. But you know, it comes to terms of, would you like to have a more firepower type of lineup, or just a single firepower and a good way of holding and closing sites off with smokes, right? And I feel like Astra is another thing that I feel like is a good smoker that not a lot of players use anymore. I feel like Astra is another factor that has fallen off into the fray, where not as popular as it used to be.
Yeah, definitely not, right? Now, a little bit more centered around the players right here. Why don't we talk a little bit about Team Forsaken right now? Their composition, or at least the team members that we have, are, some of them have been, I wouldn't say veterans, regulars, I would say, over to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Tenza, Tesor, namely, both of these two have always been together. They're a duo, a package deal. Whenever they go on to different teams, they are side by side. The a great duo to actually put out, since Tesor and Tenza, they're kind of like the fire and ice wherever team that they go out in, right? Tesor is sometimes the very aggressive Jet or Raze player who always has the benefit of the doubt, right? Whenever he's put into a very dark situation, he finds light in the darkness. He always makes miracles happen. So if he's able to get that form right now, then Tenza is the type of player that always is the second guy for the squad. Always reliable, rock hard, solid on a team, and always somebody that you can count on whenever in a clutch situation. Now, a little bit more eyes on Milpa, because this guy has debuted in the last Dubai Police Esports Tournament back in the SWAT edition, and he has shown great numbers on the Viper, now proving to be a valuable asset on Team Forsaken, where against Fraggers, you're gonna need a lot of that firepower right now, because everybody across the board from Braggers has been one heck of a top-notch form right here, especially if you watch their last game.
Well, if I'm gonna be honest with you though, I do have a worry and a concern, right? Like in terms when you look at the paper, like yeah, everybody's really good, yeah, everybody's really strong, but do the do they work well together, right? Because when you look into this roster, this is not the same roster that they played on the tournament last December at Dubai
Yeah.
Police Esports 2023, the big tournament, right? The only players that were retained was Tencent and Desor. The rest of the players, they played in different teams. So you could imagine that it does take time to form a team. It does take time to even form communication, chemistry. This is not easily attainable. And that gives you a major question mark when you're going to be playing up against a team that is fraggers. Because these players, they've played together for quite some time already. They've participated in tournaments time and time again as a unit, as a squad, and there's only one player that's different, and that's going to be Vic. That's the only player that is going to be playing in that roster. So when you talk about understanding on the calls, like the communication, right? It's not going to be scattered around. It's going to be clear, concise, and much easier for people to talk about and to play around with. But if you are a new team, it takes time for you to even have a good set of communication and understanding and trusting your teammates, right? Understanding how strong they are, understanding what you can, you know, maximize on. And that takes time for that to be done. So that's my only worry coming into this matchup, especially since, like I said, Fraggers and Team Forsaken, they have played up against each other where, you know, Team Forsaken, it felt like they need to really do more. And we'll see how things will go here. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, yeah. Time will tell. Time will tell definitely on how this will go out. We already known their history together, and they already know each other at this point. But since then, a few things have changed, right? And like you mentioned, Vic wasn't in the roster before, and that he already brings a different flavor of how he entries onto the team. He's a solid rifler, and he's a really good opper at that as well. So, flexible duelists in the hands of fraggers have definitely doubled up, tripled in fact, what they are offering to the table on the side of fraggers. But sometimes firepower isn't enough if you don't have that cohesion as a team. So good thing that they also have that communication as a whole. We already saw how cohesive they are as a unit yesterday when they were playing up in those best of one games or in that best of three as well. So if they're able to bounce back through and get that consistency, then they're a strong contender, especially in this best of three right now. Team Forsaken, though, in my eyes, they have a lot more to prove, especially since, yes, like I said, not a lot of them have been playing up with each other as long as you would compare that to the synergy that Oyun has, compared to the synergy that Fraggers have as a unit as well. They've been playing together for so long now, but Team Forsaken are coming in with a different system, a different roster, something that they have been shaping up ever since this tournament started, right? So at least they started off well when they won their first best of one here in this tournament, but that's a best of one. That's just one game out into the books. They need to keep going through this and prove it in the best of threes right now, because the best of threes are a gas chamber. They're definitely a proving ground to whoever is going to be showing off their endurance, how much flexibility, how much adaptability they have to show in these best of threes, because the amount of pressure is going to be normal for whoever is going to play in these best of threes right now. And whoever comes out strongest is going to show a lot more prowess when we head on into the grand finals, which in my eyes is not even the hardest competition here.
And just a couple more seconds left. I mean, I've been looking at a timer and I'm like, oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're gonna be coming over soon. But it has been told to me, guys, that as the timer dwindles down, we are gonna go back to the ads to see, keep you in tight on your seats here, because it's gonna be one heck of a match between these two teams. So we'll see you guys in a short break.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive.
Scammers these days have a no new trend. It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all. So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ramadan edition of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. Again, this is the first best of 3, and we're finally heading on into our first map of Bind. Team Forsaken versus Fraggers, and well, if you listen closely, we are heading into Agent Select as we speak. So, what is this? A double controller comp? A double initiator comp? What do we have in the cards? Double duelist for the defensive side. While again, for Team Forsaken, going back to the comfort, well, double controller, double duelist, all that you'd want, especially if you want to hold W.
I like this is very different, right? You would normally you would just have one I guess one duelist, but this time they both want to play aggressive, they both wanna just take control. But I worry on how well they can actually hold the side, defend the side. There's no ciphers. I mean, I guess there's a chamber, right? But other than that, it's an interesting pick in terms of what they have. But I don't know how well it's gonna be done on. On paper, you'd rather have a single duelist. But if it's something that you are confident on, then definitely it could look good for them. Although I would say the only difference, I guess, between these two teams is one is having a chamber and one is having a harbor. And what's your take with that?
I mean, no Senti comps have always been common, especially in this patch. Nobody really wants to hold that one side of the map unless you're really strong on the Sentinel game, a Cypher, a Killjoy. But if you have a high ceiling in terms of your mechanics, then You can be confident that your chamber can hold the front lines, hold the cross, let yourself be immersed into holding that B-long control. But you see fraggers, and they're invested in trying to control that B-long for free. Early flash shot, but remember, this patch, you can't really replenish those sky flashes anymore, so that one use from Casper is gonna make a difference later on to the round as they rotate over towards A, and an early smoke out as Aim Hunter, he's using that to push on a little bit too far.
I mean, it's like he's a smooth criminal. He's hiding inside, waiting for them to take the bait, but they're just waiting for it to disperse. You will be surprised if ever. Meanwhile, the setup on towards Bats, 3 of the players already are ready to disperse and enter towards it. Aim Hunter, will he be found? Gets tagged quite a bit and stops them at their tracks. EB, meanwhile, hoping to find a push from behind, not gonna be able to spot it down. He gets a kill, but the damage has been done. Going back to a 2-for-2 here. This is gonna look really scary here, Ramon.
Yep, wrap around and, well, what do you know? Behind him was the teleportation. Already giving themselves a space back on B, but Casper follows him. He's ignoring everybody TPing on down, both TPing over towards that B short extremity, giving enough time for Forsaken to get the information. They could also rotate on around, but as the clock dwindles down, that is where they decide to hold on to B, but he lets go of the plant. He wants to take the fight,
8
and
HP.
they got the 1 versus 1 to soar. 8 HP, but the one tap from TV Tav, not even on the head. Could hit it anywhere across the body, on the floor. Fraggers get that first pistol round, but by the skin of their teeth.
It was a close one. It was really a close one, especially on how the Jet was able to just take control of the Sayas when they were able to push. It took some time before they were able to at least get that pick behind them, but when they were able to take that kill, it was all said and done. Right? He did the damage that he needed before falling down. Thankfully, though, DV Dove and co were able to take control and get that frag and kill for the team. So, bonus round for them. Let's see if they can make work from it. You're going to be watching a lot of players here. Oh, the damage from Aim Hunter, pushing them back. Casper just spraying and praying. Same with Aim Hunter. Easy does it for this team here as he got another round.
Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, I saw at least one Spectre being bought up over from at least one of the players from the Fragger side. So that's going to be a little bit of a dent, a little bit of an effect. Wants to come on their economy at this point in time. So Team Forsaken back on the buy round, and at least most of them picking up all the guns in their pockets. This is when they need to reset now. And I'm looking at the Raze and the Jet to make the most out of this, since, again, their job is definitely to take space over to the A short extremity. Take fights early on, just so that they could have the man count early. Aim Hunter. Patience paying off yet again. He tucks himself into a very, very deep position on short. And Milpa has a little bit of an inkling on this. So as long as they're keeping space up over at B long, over at that market position, then that Raze is going to be one heck of a nuisance if they don't check him. Aim Hunter, good for the shots. And his positioning paid off in value. 4 versus 3 early on. And with 1 minute down, they need to plant this point in time.
Yeah, not only that, the lurks are coming from behind. Fraggers pincering them out. Let's see if they even expect it to happen. Vic getting that kill already. So a big win for the team, making it to a 4v1. Tensa left alone. Can he do anything? No, he cannot. And this buy round for Forsaken turning into a disaster here, Ramon.
Yeah, Fraggers just coupling up with experience coming into play. And again, like I've been mentioning time and time again, their proactivity has been on point so far. As you see efforts across the map. If you look at the minimap, every single time that they start the round, it's an early push out towards B long. And even though they don't see anybody over there, that's still early information for them, since they don't spot anybody around Fountain, and there isn't even any sort of trip, any sort of trap, something that could watch the flanks on. They know that they're around that lobby position. So once they have gotten themselves that space and that info, then they could just play around that. Aim Hunter early on putting himself into a very dark corner means that he needs to be cleared, and when they do, they have the numbers advantage by then.
Again, Aim Hunter, he loves his corners here, so waiting for the trap to be set. They have a crossfire. Now it's just a matter of how they're going to be able to play it. The shots have been fired. Casper gets 2. They trade things around, bringing it back to a 3-on-3. Still, though, it's an eco on the side of Forsaken, so you'd be happy if you're able to get as much damage as they can in the economy of fraggers, but most definitely they would rather win it all if they can. Shots have been fired, and there is one in hookah, waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Teleportation. And Vic is in a lot of trouble. It just puts out the smoke, and as the door opens, it closes back on him. One shot to the dome, and he runs away back onto that A-long extremity. So just good news for them. They got the info that everybody's huddled up on B, but Casper has the read. And he already got himself in advanced position. So the sword planting already giving spike over to Team Forsaken. Casper alone and an individual play that doesn't work out in the end. Milpa gets himself the shot. 1v3. Vidav alone on an island. Against all odds. Smoke against him. But the sword late to the cross will get fired down. Now turns its attention over to the Shar's position. Planted down over to the truck. But Dav spotted, traded off by Avermit. This guy is on one. He is the newcomer from Team Forsaken, and he is showing up big in these moments where he needs to entry on and give the fight towards the teammates.
I thought Mr. Consistent, that's what I call DB by the way. Mr. Consistent. Like every time when he plays, every time when he shows up, it looks like he's able to, get one for the team when they need it the most, but not gonna work out there. Like you said, Everman, new player in the team and the new roster, and he's proving himself here on why he is one of the players you should watch out for. And again, they're gonna continue on doing what they're loving the most, is pushing towards mid, but I don't think they expect what's about to happen as they're just gonna rush in and take control. And this is what I've always wanted to see. Double duelist lineups. This is what they are good at, as Gantosaur with a showstopper clears it through, and B side. Will they expect where the chamber's coming from though? There's a lot of flanks too at the same time here, Ramon.
Double flank out, then EB over from the front line. Converts on through Avermit, taken care of. So in this 4 versus 4, they're lurking through the shadows, spotted because of the flash, so they know where they're coming from. But an early orbital strike just convincingly taking the site for the team. Retake on, and Aim Hunter will shut down Tesor. It was just all business for fraggers as long as they find out where the flanks are coming from. And when they got themselves CT control, they never really needed to do anything anymore. Never even needing to move a muscle. They forced fraggers to play the positions themselves. So Forsaken had no other choice but to reposition head on, and it was bad positioning by the end of things.
I mean, this is what you were talking about earlier on. Like when you talk about having a composition, there's no way that you're able to really watch your flank, watch your back, and understand that there's someone's going to be coming through. Unlike fraggers, where you do have these traps to indicate that if there's a player coming towards your section, and that's what they were missing the most. They had everything set up for them, but they didn't understand that there were multiple players flanking towards them, and using the orbital strike at the right moment really worked out in their favor. Yet again, B is the site that you've always wanted to go and take. Dov getting the kill. Milpa will find Aim Hunter.
An early shot through again, showing that he can dominate, or at least put his hand over to the kill feed. Everman, what a jumping shot. That was the Bladestorm online, and he hit him through the head. Dov had nowhere else to go but to sleep. But he got the flank out yet again. Casper actively trying to position through, almost dying towards the hands of 3 players from Forsaken. So he decides to take matters into his own hands. EB, one shot, spots the jet. Again, over to the Brimstone, but Milpa, quick to convert, quick to adjust. A site open for Team Forsaken as long as they realize this, but it will take a little bit more time for the retake to head on as fraggers give the A site for free, and Team Forsaken have to realize this now that they got the TP in.
Not only that, you have to realize Milpa also has the orbital strike, so defending the side will be much more easier because you don't necessarily have to take the picks. But would they expect where Everman is currently hiding on towards truck? That's the main question here. They have to clear every corner before they can even make a play, an inkling on towards this spike. The double peaks. This is where you have to do 1, 2, 3 swings and hope for the best. Milpa will be getting that kill over there, and immediately Everman finds the rest. Good play coming from this team, understanding what their strengths are, and just takes the fights one by one. 4 for 2. Quite an entertaining game so far. It's very quick, Ramon. Very, very quick.
Yeah, just all the pieces falling into place too. An intentional crossfire to be set up because of the positioning from Team Forsaken in that post plant. Because, again, like you said, Milpo was forcing, or at least putting himself in a position to thrive off in the post plant, knowing that he has the orbital strike and on into the post plant we go. That's when he decides to use that crossfire set up, since Avermit was already at the right place at the right time anyway. So an early showers push and another shot from Vic, just showing that he is the better jet in this round. The Blade Storm online activated, just disproving any causes claims from that Vandal. Possibly another upgrade into the mix if given the opportunity, but they decide to leave showers alone for now, since they know they have the advantage in terms of numbers, but they give the space up to Team Forsaken, and you know that they're gonna make the most out of a bad situation like this.
Another thing to look out for is that the Harbor has his ultimate up and running, so this could be an indicator for them when they are going to go for the A side, and he is going to be using it immediately. So it's time to run away. It's time to move back if we can. Orbital Strike even currently being used. Milpo finding kill towards Aim Hunter. Vic has to run, has to hide. He does have the Blade Storm, trying to see if he can get something out of it, but Tenza puts a magic trick out of the hat, finds a kill somehow, some way,
Yeah,
as the numbers are not in their favor.
definitely not. They rely on Avermit to make, or at least Vic, to make the space for himself. The retake is on for Fraggers. Numbers disadvantage. Weapon not in of good states. DV Dov operator out, but not even the best angles to uphold forward position in check. Vic with the right. A triple
Vic?
from Vic. He is on one right now. Dashes in towards A short. Try to find Milpa. Doesn't have the orbital strike anymore. Spots out the Brimstone in the double kill head on. 1v2. Milpa the superstar
Defusing.
has to make it big, but the defuse comes on and DV Dov shuts him down, but a double kill. Fraggers get the 5th round.
Vic, what a player, man. What an opening that they needed. With that Blade Storm proving work, giving them a lot of space. And not only that, I do love the fact that Dov and Casper, he trusted his teammate there. Full on defuse. Didn't even go for the half, didn't even go for the double peek. He just gave it to Dov. Listen, bro, I know you got me. I'm just gonna go for the defuse. And he did it flawlessly. Dov being able to even get that kill towards Milpa. Would have been a big round if Team Forsaken was able to take it out of the hat, but it just didn't work out in their favor. 5-2, 3-round deficit. But still, the 8 take. Do you have an inkling that they know that they can take it away from Fraggers if they can?
Vic, but too early. Double pushing up with Aim Hunter, but Moz is there to take it all away from them. That double push from the Duelist is something that they have been trying to work on, but now is when they get punished for it. Early push shot from the Jet. And it was Aim Hunter that got themselves the receiving end of a bullet here on down. Showers controlled again by Tesor, but just that Trailblazer. Find out where he's coming from. Tesor has to back away, realizing that EB and Vic are fighting for that control. Already spots out at least the shoulder, but Tenza wins the gunfight against EB. This forward push shot for Fraggers is just costing them everything. Casper getting another, but Moz is quick to adjust. A double for Vic. A 3 versus 2, but they decide that the time is not on them yet, so they plant for now, and they wait for the cause yet.
So hoping to be able to get a shot before the spike was going to get planted, but could not find it to no avail because of the wall coming out from the Harbor. Still Vic, balls to the walls. This guy, he wants to push to the unexpected, but will it work out to his favor? If he looks around the corner, he's going to be able to spot one, but he doesn't! The sword gets a freebie there, and even Dove has so many players to shoot, but he can't even choose one, as Moz will be able to close things down with a triple kill of his own. 5-3. It's always been a close push and pull tug of war game here between Fraggers and Forsaken.
Yeah, and it always starts with Fraggers trying to take the forward position. And once Team Forsaken had to read the things, and they had, well, not only the advantages, but they also got the read on what they can adjust with. You saw that they were attempting to go forward with that Showers position, but Team Forsaken knew that they were a little bit too quicker than that, wiser to the occasion. So they back off, knowing that strength is in numbers. Go back to A short, funnel all the resources over towards that default spot, and when they got the 2 versus 3, then it was only a matter of time before they converted on with the third round win. So going back towards that Shower's control, Aim Hunter has the cross, he has the angle, but he will get spotted by the Trailblazer. Showstopper out, doesn't connect over to the sky, has to back away, low on HP, and finally deals some damage through to sort to trade it off, and he gets the dash on in. Everman, what is this guy on? Every time that he dashes, he converts on to Soar, taking advantage of the jet. 1v4, TV Dove all alone again.
Not necessarily the best guy to be alone. At the same time, he has the operator, right? So normally you just want him to save that operator when he can, rather than just trying his best and fighting after 4. But again, those fights coming from bats proven to be deadly in the side of fraggers. They thought they had the opportunity with the Showstopper, but they could not get the kill at all, even if it could have been a big one. It could have, would have, but Forsaken were just ahead with Everman just rushing in, finding those frags as he work well with each other. And I think this is another factor that we were talking about, or I was talking about, is how well is the chemistry coming for Team Forsaken? And they're showing us here, time and time again, that they are on top of the world.
Yeah. At least for now, in how we shape up this round to be, right? I mean, expecting the forward pushes again over to the Shower's control, and I think the Brimstone smoke out from at least Team Forsaken gave it away, or at least from the Fragger side, just to control that one orb. And once they use that Trailblazer to the fullest effect, that's when they could punish through the smokes as well, because even though it was the Fragger side that put out the smoke, they can't really see through it anyway either. It was ambitious that they tried to use that to their own advantage, but actually pays into their own price. Forsaken going on towards that A site push, and where they're most comfortable to do so, that is where they have been thriving in. So another opportunity for the side of Team Forsaken. Take the lead away, only needing one round for us to get that.
Fraggers, if they're gonna let Team Forsaken just do what they're doing and take advantage of it, then it's gonna be looking bad for them. So they have a clear understanding this time. Do not push bats too deep. Let's play it a bit more, you know, in a comfortable position rather than pushing in too deep. And somehow somebody did push too deep as Everman. Again, the player to take control of the bats time and time again. Was he able to get more? And it seems like he might have here, as Tenza will be able to trade things out. But the damage has been done here, Ramon. 3 players already dead on the side of Fraggers. It seems like Team Forsaken just taking control of things.
EB already got the orbital strike, and it was with conviction. Yes, gets one over to Tenza, but now the post plant is on DV Dov. Not really the ideal weapon for this situation. Not the best gun in the mid-ranges, close ones. But if he gets himself over to that UL position, then possibly that Headhunter could deal damage, make noise over towards that side of the map. Flank out for EB, and that is where he needs to strike on in. But Milpa, realizing that the threat is coming from behind and leaving it all to the Brimstone now, taps the spike, gives the info up, gets one, and in the 1v1, it's a Brimstone up against another. And then the 4K up for EB, not enough. Milpa gets the perfect timing. 5-5. No longer a one-round game. We are all tied up.
Economy-wise, though, that's what I want to see. How well is the economy currently? It's tough here for Fraggers. I think they're shaking their noggin here, especially on towards bats. They've been failing holding bats, and maybe what you just have to do is just give bats away. Don't contest it heavily. Yes, have a guard on towards it, but being too aggressive, and I think that's what they're doing as of the moment here, with having DV Dove just placing a trap there. But this time, they understand, oh, they don't have the economy. Let's just go. Let's go B side and just take control. Let's just rush, and that's what they've been doing comfortably.
Ooh, a little bit too close for comfort. Yep, two for ones. Traded off immediately. At least they got themselves a space. And Team Forsaken are happy to take this all day, every single day of the week to soar through the smoke yet again. And another for Vic. He does have an opportunity in the jet, trying to face the other. Double kill, triple kill.
Vic!
Oh my god! Pulls out the blades and in through the smoke, dashes, but Tissor cuts him down. 6-5. That was such a close one. The POV was through the smoke, but in my eyes, he would have had that much of a chance to clutch that out. What is this guy on one?
Like, he knew where he was gonna go. If he was able to just have an inkling, a couple more seconds to just throw that kitchen knife, you know, it would have been major damage. But I think one of the things that we're seeing here is the duality that's coming out from Team Forsaken. Not only have they been contesting A lot, they decided, hey, let's try something new. Let's go B. Let's just push it to the pedal, and that's what they're going to be doing here again. They're setting things up. They're getting ready to just give them that surprise, give them that smack, and they're just going to run B-side. They have to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, Aim Hunter is just too quick on
What?
the trade here yet again. And with that, it is another 3 kills for the squad. Already from the showstopper, Aim Hunter will deny that. 1v5 Milpa. Well, he's the newcomer. He's the guy who has a lot to prove, and he starts with 1, but EB has the perfect cross. Yet again, this best of 3 is delivering on all fronts. We start with the 6-6. And with this, the equilibrium has to be tested. We swap sides for both Fraggers and Team Forsaken, but in the chaos, there comes peace. Now this is where both teams have to show what they're capable of. Now they're fighting for what is to come.
Can't believe the first half is already done. That was so quick. We already setting forth for a close game. I mean, we talked about how close these two teams are, how, you know, household names they are in this tournament, and they're proving why. And I'm so excited to see on how well this game has been evolving. Give and take, there's no really clear indicator on who's ahead. But this time, though, this difference in terms of agent composition, let's see if it's going to be a major change here as a pincer maneuver is currently happening as they're attacking and they're pushing in. Milpa and Tenz are already getting those kills, setting things up for them on a 4v3. Davidov answer backs here as he finds his own set of kills. But it's a matter of which side they're going to take and if the opposing team has a good read on it too.
No way. No way after that forward positioning towards Short and Showers that they decide to split up, get themselves that B-side control. But Fraggers don't even care about B-side at all. They just decided that they had all the time in the world to like go back to the B-side because they knew that everybody was rotating back onto that short position. And they could have had all the time in the world to go towards B, but they held on, committing to where they started. And, well, will that all be in vain now that they're holding up their positions? They are hunting for the last 3 players online. Vic will start off with 1 to Milpa. And he was not ready for the push shot from the Jet. Vic planting. This signals the retake for Tenza and Tesor, the duo that has been so prominent from the Dubai Police Esports tournaments. And they start off with clearing each angle. 1 onto Vic. The post plant is on. It's EB that gets another. Leaving it all to Tenza. All the responsibility will not lay down the law over to Tenza at this point in time. It is Davidov that lays out the 7th round.
It was looking really close though. The way they were playing this is quite crazy here. Team Forsaken, instead of just playing defensively, they played proactively. They decided, hey, it's pistol rounds. Let's just push and see what we can do. They did a pincer movement on towards A bats, and they were able to get a couple of kills there. But afterwards, they were a bit sloppy in terms of, you know, reforming themselves on going back towards the side as they were able to get caught off guard. This time around, though, you know, Fraggers, they do have the bonus. And, you know, what's your take here? I mean, buying Vandal immediately, that is a very Giga Chad move, by the way.
Well, if he can afford it, he also bought himself a heavy shield, so won't get 1 tap from the Sheriff, won't get 1 tap from anything else from that range. Avermint does get himself the conversion. That clean shot over to Aim Hunter was pristine. Gives himself the upgrade if he chooses to do so. As everybody's funneling on a short. Look at that movement from Tesor. He was stunned up. He just kept his momentum going. EB finding Avermint, the Spectre, just laying down the law. But the post plant is on in the 4 versus 4 where Fraggers were destined to win, especially with the buy round coming in check.
Look at easy work here. Another one bites the dust. Another round, another day for Team Fraggers to, you know, continue getting as much rounds as they can. But this is the do or die moment, right? This is where you finally have your guns, you finally have your Vandals, your Phantoms, your full utilities. How well can they hold the site? You know, Are they gonna go play aggressively? Are they gonna go play proactively, defensively? This is what I want to see, and it kind of looks like that. A lot of the players or a lot of the teams here, you tend to push out bats a lot in A side.
Yeah. I mean, one ult orb plus default position that you could also secure for yourself. It's kind of like positioning at this point where you could leave one player to, at least waste out one of the brimstone smokes where you already see that Tesor isn't the type to actually be a little bit, I guess, conservative with how he places his utility with the purpose of actually using that to take forward space, right? So the double duelist already taking notice of that purpose, staying inside that Char's position for the later retake to come on down to the B site. Vic trying to see if he can get the angle through, taking his time to clear the angles back over at B long. Aim Hunter being a nuisance over to Avermit. That his purpose is not to win the 1v1, it's to let them know that he's there, just so that they could keep the double duelist back over to the A side. Look at that. Clean push over to Fraggers, not even seeing anybody contest against them. Over to the retake is on. Avermit finally spots out Aim Hunter, and as he quickly dashes back into the A side, that is where the retake comes online for the side of Team
It's gonna be
Forsaken.
big too, as you can see, they're pushing through the smoke already. The Jet player coming from Fraggers, I believe, is already inside. That is Vic finding a kill and able to trade things off. They're pushing it through the limits, and they're able to find those shots currently being fired. So this is backfiring right now, but Everman, the lone survivor of the team, can he get something out of this? He's a player that he wants to shine the most, but currently blindsided because of that smoke. Dividov shot things off, 9-6. From such a close first half, this second half is looking rather shaky right now for Team Forsaken.
Yeah, and you could tell that Fraggers had a clear game plan for what they wanted to do in this round, right? That's the thing about the double duelist comp. You don't really need both of your duelists to entry on to take space for the side, since you have already noticed that Team Forsaken isn't the type of team to push on towards B long like Fraggers are in when they were on the defensive side, right? So taking full usage of Aim Hunter and his presence over to the B long extremity. As they now leave on Avermit, already spotted by EB, just securing, controlling that A short side. Vic, another shot through over towards the attack. Aim Hunter, quick picks all across the board, and Vic just laying down the law. Another clean shot through the dome. 1v5 for Mazen. You know what? At this point, are you really surprised by the star power? Because they have been shining brightly all across this bind map.
And you can't take it away from them, honestly. It was been close, but once the half has been changed, you can really definitely see on how well Fraggers have been really taking advantage up against Team Forsaken's lineup. They're not necessarily the best defensive, agents to have in this type of situation or this type of scenario. It's not like the chamber where they can slow things down even if, they're pushing towards the side. They can't do that here. And that's what I feel like that's missing right now, where they can't really stay inside. Now, with that said, though, they're going to be pushing on towards bosses. EB is able to get that kill. 10-6. 3 more rounds is all it takes to close map number 1. But we have to see some signs of life from Team Forsaken. They can't just give it away like this. And we saw brilliance from them from the first half. But second half, they need to start showing up again.
Why it's important that they have the tactical pause right now. Better late than never, as I like to say, right? A lot of points to be upheld here, especially since in the fragging department, I don't think Team Forsaken is lacking in that, right? I feel like it's I think it's the amount of experience that fraggers have in this sort of difference. I mean, they have been playing together before for so long now that they kind of notice each other's timings, and communication is already on point for them so far. Vic having a great game, and we've been telling everybody about how this guy is an unknown quantity from everybody in Fraggers, where we're already familiar with names like Casper, Aim Hunter, EB, and DB Dab, but Vic has been somewhat of a question mark walking into this tournament. Well, if he's here to prove it right now, well, he is proving it damn well with 18 kills alone in this bind game as a whole. But of course, game's not over yet. Team Forsaken still You have to climb up 4 rounds in a row if they want to equalize things against Fraggers. And they rely on Avermit with this very, very risky buy. An ambitious operator set up over at Showers where they're going to be expecting a forward push. And I feel like a huge pickoff over to Casper is going to lay down the law here.
To be big, depending on how things are going to be, but immediately information has been heard. He's going to go for the repeat. Will be able to find it? Yes, he will. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Moggs is going to be able to find Aim Hunter. So that's the duelist gun. No duelist, so it's going to be much more harder for them to actually enter towards the site. But, you know, you can't really expect what DB Dov is going to pull out of the hat, depending if he finds the opportunity to do so. But at the same time, without having that firepower to just drive yourself in, it's going to be rather difficult because 2 duelists are gone.
Yeah, contact play. EB just not really relying on the smokes anymore and just pushes into the Milpa's crosshair. And Mons is here to counteract this again. 2 kills for Milpa. Make it 3. A hat trick for the guy over in the Team Forsaken side. And well, this is looking done and dusted for the 7th round. Finally, a conversion after the tactical timeout. A round that they have been desperately trying to take, because you remember, this is the second half, and ever since it started, Fraggers have gotten away with so many rounds that almost like Team Forsaken forgotten that they also have their own talent. But now at least they got the round that they're looking for. They can build off of this, and possibly if they can defend off the site. 2 ultimates online for both controllers of Team Forsaken, and they can use this for the retake, then maybe it will be pivotal.
What's gonna be big, Avermint? Oh, but the flash will be there. Immediately falls down. Could not really make use of the operator. That's gonna bite them badly at the butt. But again, this is the struggle that they've been having here, Ramon. Team Forsaken, they don't really have much of a hold, honestly. Once one falls down, it's just easy pickings now for Fraggers. They're back to square one with the retakes, and so far, it looks like it's gonna be a good play coming from Fraggers.
Creating orbital strikes now. And Vic was trying to go for the long rotate and goes back to the Showers position. But the double controller is just making a lot of work with their util. Flash out, Tenza punishes Vic. Another for the sky, and this guy is on fire! Another for Tenza! He lays out every single shot up from the Fragger side. They traded off blow for blow, but in round number 18, Team Forsaken come up on top.
He needed that badly, and what a way to do it, right? From Tenza, holding the bats, making sure they're not going to be able to really enter. But it's all because of this wonderful wall coming from Moz with that harbor wall, making sure that every angle is currently being closed off. It's going to be really easy for them to just go in and peek towards inside. So kudos to these 2 players, making sure that they're not going to be able to lose that round, or at least be in a favorable position than, Fraggers. Now, but with that said, though, economy-wise, Fraggers are not really that afraid other than Evermint. It's an opposite up here as Evermint gets that one, that jet. Ooh, that's gotta hurt losing Vic.
Oh, man. And on top of this, their momentum is just getting hotter and hotter as this game goes on. The 3K from Tenza, and then this operator battle won out by Avermint is going to be what's to come here. Milpa Tisor just showing that they can commit to the cause, holding that ace site. Showstopper activated, showing that the chamber has to get away from danger. Gets the kill from the Vandal itself, and Tenza, right place, right time, as always. It is the 9-10, and yet again, Team Forsaken, they are contending against Fraggers. We have been telling the story of how this team is the favorite to win it all. But then again, Team Forsaken, well, they're proving all the doubters wrong at this point. Only needing 1 round to catch up against them.
It's crazy to see that it was a 4-round difference. Now it's just 1, Ramon. Now it's just 1. This is how close things have been becoming. Once the momentum is there from Team Forsaken, they're able to climb back slowly but surely, and it's because of every single players showing up and making sure that they have that communication that they need on defending or retaking that side. Now, one thing to say though on the side of Fraggers, they kind of got stopped in the stance where they're not going for that hyper aggressive play where they make it quick and fast, where they just enter towards the side. They've done it and it worked well before, but because of how Team Forsaken is just getting rounds after rounds, 3 times in a row, they're slowing down.
Yeah, affected their confidence. Almost as if like they have them on a swivel. Have them at their tracks here to soar. Wide angle, but Saul this trust over to his crosshair placement, but he is fighting up 3 different beasts inside that charge position. Vic and Casper have to be prepared for this. So you can tell that Casper is priming up with his flash, with his dog out, just to secure the angle over towards that A short extremity. He pushes, he dies to soar. The duelist is coming up online where they need him the most. 2 kills yet, in fact, for the Team Forsaken side. You could tell their confidence is just building back up, layers upon layers. But Fraggers are here to say that they can contend, they can fight off, and they know that they can dominate, especially now that Aim Hunter is down in the dumps.
Tenza. He even if gets the hit, Casper gets the kill somehow, being concussed, finds another Milpa falling down. Now Moss left alone by his lonesome. Can he make it work? Brain to 1v1, but DV Dove, the lone survivor for Fraggers, the guy that you want to survive, but he's able to get himself shielded off. Still on the defuse, waiting for the time. He doesn't continue to do so. Faking it out. Will he continue? No, he's just waiting. He pushes, but misses. DV Dove, 8 HP. 8 HP! Survives!
And he could have stuck the defuse, but he was second guessing himself. Shorty up on 9, yes, the perfect gun for the situation, but those 2 bullets mattered so much, especially that TV Dove had full health coming in towards the cove. 142 damage on the chamber. But he was lurking through the shadows. He wasn't even on the front lines when they were trying to rely on this guy. He could have stuck it, especially since he was hesitating to rotate around that cove position, but he was second guessing himself. That could cost everything. Shot through. Avermint almost commits to the second frag. But the dash gives him the window to go back to safety. Yes, Showers is secured, especially since they have taken care of Vic. But we have seen fraggers and much bigger detriments. And I'm not too sure that this A site secure was what they were looking for anyways. B site is still what they wanted to take.
I do love the position that they have here now. He used to just give it scot-free, understanding that we could go for a retake, but now they're gonna go more aggressive in holding towards their corners here, going for contact play instead, and crossfires if they can. When there are 3 players just around the corner, it's risky, it's scary, and it's not what you wanna be in.
Yeah, already primed up and holding the long angle set up. You can see that there's a trifecta of players set up, but the pings are coming down and they're expecting at least everybody to TP on down. Fraggers had a game plan and they're executing it at this point. Avermint, close quarters, operator shot, and they just let them slip past. They were making all the noise in the world. They got the angle, but it's not on Evie. He didn't stick the plant down just to give himself the kill back online. Just sword spraying inside the smoke and almost finding up the kill, but everybody trading off, leaving it all to Aim Hunter yet again. Proved it before, had to do it again, almost with the other, but to soar, always at the right place, always the difference maker. The 10th round for Team Forsaken, relied upon by their only duelist set up. And 1 round to go before they can equalize against Fraggers, and they have done this multiple rounds in a row.
They have got me at the edge of my seat. They definitely have got me at the edge of my seat. It is so close, Ramon, between these 2 teams. 11-10, world-class gameplay as of the moment that we're seeing. But in terms of the economy, Ramon, oh, Fraggers, there you are in deep waters here. Only a couple of players can only go for a buy. Meanwhile, Classics, Light Armors, that's all we're going to be seeing here. And we are at risk to bring it back to 11-11. And it all goes to show on how, I guess, Everman is finding those pickoffs with his operator too. But not only that, the positioning of the team as a whole really stepping up. You were a bit lacking at the earlier on of this half, but their adaptability, you know, being able to be more proactive and understanding on how the enemy has been playing, predicting that they're gonna even go for the teleport having the right amount of agents on towards the side, it has been top notch.
Yep. A big step up in performance for Abermit and Tesor. In moments where they needed to step up, they have been delivering. The double face-up from Tenza and Tesor just showing, again, what they're capable of in these situations where they need to use the numbers against the other team. Now it becomes a very important round. The one round where it is a mixed buy for the Fraggers side. So they rely on the tour de force by DV Dov. Spotted against them over towards that A short extremity. Early brimstone smoke invested yet again by Milpa. And that early usage of the Trailblazer just to secure each angle corner, knowing that Team Forsaken are not the type of team that wants to give the space up, but now they do. And they give up everything to Team Fraggers, knowing that they can fight them off in the retake anyways. Spike planted down, and with that 11 to 10, this 5v5 retake is what's going to be very important for both teams.
Major too, if Team Forsaken is able to win this one out, if they can, is the question here. Let's see though, Evermint, how well can he do it? Vico just around the corner. Does not go for the peak. Meanwhile, DV Dov and Aim Hunter, they're collapsing. Casper as well, getting that kill. Meanwhile, Evermint somehow puts something out here. Casper finding shots. 3v1 Team Forsaken. Can they make it work? No, they cannot. Casper shuts him down. No more Mr. Nice Guy here, says Casper. No friendly ghost at all. As we are gonna be in, I believe, match point here. On a weird buy, right? From Fraggers, they didn't really have the money. Somehow, some way, wins it out for the team alone.
Yeah, they only had 2 sheriffs for Vic and Casper from that side. The tour de force wasn't even needed. They all contact played over towards A short, not putting the smokes down early, only needing so when they got the frag over to the Shar's position. That was key. That was one of the things that they needed to avoid, giving the space up to Fraggers, because their short-range guns are going to matter so much when the post-plant is on. Smoke's still away, TP's on down, and Team Forsaken had nowhere else to run but to try to commit to the fight anyways. Orbital Strike invested back on that post-plant, just denying any sort of defuse over to the default position. An early smoke out yet again, and execute over to B. Vic is giving free reign over to the attacking side. Early plant down for EP just to secure positioning, but they have to be careful about that elbow position because Milpa has the best gun in this scenario. If they push over at elbow, retake is on yet again. Team Forsaken have to play and get themselves the retake scenario.
I don't really like this. This is where they always struggle the most. When they're going for the retakes, it's not really their strong suit. Showstop currently going to be used here as the sword's finding that kill, but gets traded off immediately. Casper, they make it work. They're finding the kills. Mox and Milpa, though, finding the answers back. Bring it back to a 2v2. Can they make it work out? Team Forsaken, they're tagged down. DV Dov currently finds the track, and there you have it. Fraggers ends it with a banger of a match here. 13 to 10. So close yet so far from Forsaken. They could almost taste victory, but Fraggers denies them that opportunity.
They had a glimpse, they had an opportunity, but the window has closed upon them before they got themselves the taste of what was victory for themselves. It was a Team Forsaken that almost gotten every single opportunity to do so, but in the end, experience did get themselves the win here. So Fraggers have come out map 1 victorious and definitely in the long end of the stick. So congratulations to them for this first map victory, and what a good way to start off the game, like the whole tournament as a whole, yet again on day 2 for this Hold the By Police Esports Tournament Ramadan edition, because I really did want to see a good game on our hands. Those best of ones yesterday to start off everything, yes, they were pretty explosive, but it doesn't really hit as different as a best of 3 like this. Starting off on Bind, getting explosive clutches, aces every single time, and now that we got a taste of what was Vic and how he has performed, especially with TV Dov and Aim Hunter over to the other side, was just one heck of a spectacle to watch. I'm super excited to see how we'll see them perform on the Lotus map.
It's gonna be one heck of a match. I mean, if this is what happened in Bind, what else will happen in Lotus? But one thing to say is that it's gonna be 3 sides though. So it's going to be on how well they can really counteract and interact with the type of agent composition that they have. And, you know, I was doubting currently on how well, you know, they're going to be able to dwell in together. But yet so far, they have been doing well. Team Forsaken, definitely a sight to see. A formidable team, a very strong team, especially with the new additions. With that duelist that they have, played very well. Everman, amazing play. This guy,
Yeah.
he's up there, definitely up there, and I cannot wait to see their performance coming on towards a map such as Lotus. Right? It's an
Yeah.
interesting map, not necessarily the best map for a double duelist. I would say maybe a single duelist is pretty nice,
Yeah.
but I'm excited, and I hope you guys are too.
Yeah, lots of room for creativity in this map right now, and we have been expecting this for both teams anyway. So, this second map is looking to be one heck of a closer, if ever, that we head on into that 2-0 for Forsaken. But of course, Team Forsaken are looking to strike back because Fraggers, they got the first game win. And if they're able to get themselves this win here, then this will be game over for the other side. So will Team Forsaken rise up to the occasion and force out game number 3? We'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere. The Dubai Police Esports Tournament will be right back after a few short messages from our sponsors. Ramadan edition of the Dubai Police Esports Tournament. My name is Ramon. Still with me is Caster JT. We have been casting this banger of a best of 3 between Fraggers versus Team Forsaken. And well, just to give a really quick recap, that buying game was just as you expected. Both teams giving it their all, but in the end, Fraggers getting the better end of this first game. But in the second, this is where they're going to be showing off every single part of their true colors, because now we're Lotus. And where all the creativity comes up online, because now everybody is showing off their best work now.
Lotus, pretty interesting to see on how things are going to be, as I believe they already picked on towards their agent selection. As you can tell, what a beautiful map that we are in. As we can tell, Tenza. Oh, I mean, you were talking about having a fade, right? We are going to be seeing a fade. No Gecko, though, but a clear difference in terms of the duelist setups. There's only one duelist in the side of Team Forsaken. Meanwhile, Fraggers, the up again for a double duelist. Maybe because they're probably more confident playing an aggressive stance here.
Yeah, they won't fix it right, but a triple push shot to Mound. Interesting, because now they want to control that side of the map very early on, early out towards that paint shell. No damage done to Vic, so he's safe. He's tucked, and the smoke also gives himself some time and some space to rotate back around, but Tenza through the smoke as well. Almost like he's expecting that he could run on down back to the C site, but he's not safe. He's dead. Right.
Well, that is an opener. Lucky for them, they have another duelist, right? So able to take towards the B site. Not necessarily one of the best holes that they have, as Monks is able to get the kill towards Aim Hunter. Although in terms of HP, they're rather low to Sora finding one, Davidov finding another. Now that's left alone by the Killjoy. Davidov, what can he do to his lonesome? Gets a shot through the smoke, but will not able to find where Milpo is, just around the corner. So this tiny pickoffs that they're giving away to Team Forsaken, they're able to take advantage of it.
Yeah. And almost like that numbers disadvantage early on just dwindled to nothing, because they went on into the closest site that they thought was safe, but it was also the closest site where they could also get wrapped around on all fronts, right? C-link position still safe for everybody to rotate back around from C. Plus, when they were pushing over at that upper position, that was the perfect angle for Moz to right-click on down, safe over to the angle too. A little bit of an overzealous decision from Aim Hunter to take that forward position, and sometimes that double duelist comp just doesn't work out in that favor. Now they go back to the C site push, where that's where they started from the pistol round, but they're fighting against the Guardian, and they already know what's the weapon for the job. But and Molly set up just the utility, just bouncing them back around towards that mount position. And well, you got DB Dove as an insurance policy, recalling the rotation back online over to the B site. But it's interesting that he's picked up the Bulldog for himself, knowing that this is the eco round for everybody else on Fragger. So if he loses this round, it's going to be very costly coming into the next round.
This could be also big, by the way, on when they're going to be entering towards the A side. Not necessarily, right? When you're up against a full or a buy-him bonus round here on the opposing team, you go for those close duels, go for the close fights, and that's what they necessarily need here. Meanwhile, let's see how well they can do it, because Force Buys versus Force Buys, Milpa getting the kill already. So no one's gonna be there really watching their flank here, watching their 6. Let's see how well things will transpire as Casper and Vic finding their sets of kills, making it big. Slowing those down. Yes, they're able to get the first round, but it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to find another as a dash in with pure confidence here, Ramon. Pure confidence. As they're able to take control and to get that round done and dusted.
Decisive decision making from everybody on the squad. They're all on the same page. And I actually thought that Divi Dov had the solo Bulldog buy, but everybody seemingly prepared to buy, fully investing into that next round, knowing that it was as close as ever. Guardians off the back of Vic and Aim Hunter, because they got the full buys coming in. Spectres really was the difference maker. Now they got the 1-1 scoreline. Fraggers set up for a victorious third round. This bonus is going to mean everything for how they're going to perform here. As they got themselves another frag. DB Top just starting off strong. The attacking side just looking to pincer over to the Omen. Unbeknownst to them that he's actually pushed up online. Vic and DB Top, they start off well with 3. And while Team Forsaken just decide to run for the hills because Moz has nowhere else to run to fight forward with just a classic in hand.
I don't know if you've been updated in TikTok or in tournaments, but what DV Dove there is a pure classic play where he tucks himself underneath the turret. So that makes it much more harder to actually get the kill towards him. And that's the reason why he was able to take that into his own advantage. Because you cannot destroy your own turret. He's able to shoot through it and get that shot done. And they make it a win. What a tremendous play. No matter how small it is noticed, DV Dove. It is noticed. So good
see
job
you.
on that one.
We see you, bro. We see what you're cooking. Showing up unique strats in here. I don't think it's just a strat anyway. It's just something that he probably did on one of his ranked games. Probably thought that it was a good time to pull it out here in the Dubai Police Esports tournament, and well, paid off in dividends. 2-1 for Fraggers. They start off with, again, relying on DV Dove to get the first opening pick. Noticing that Team Forsaken was on the eco, just thinking that they're gonna take the forward position since they're not gonna let themselves give the forward space yet again. So these classics, or these pistols, actually, at least the only weapon for the job if they want to take the forward positions, right? But now they swap out back. Buy rounds for everybody across the board for Team Forsaken. So leave everybody in a 2-2-1 split. And so relying that big early info and already seemingly finding everybody over to the attacking side, just triggering that rotation. But if you can see the positioning as well, they're comfortable into letting them get a main as long as tree is not the best place to counteract upon.
At the limit, seeing where they can actually take a foothold of things, wondering what Achilles heel is coming from Team Forsaken. So they're not necessarily really pushing their luck, but they're testing the waters, and they are going on towards the A side. Will they be able to get it scot-free is the main question here. They already got information on where they're going to be at. As Vic and Co, they are A-okay. They're going to get the plant. Aim Hunter, they'll get the kill immediately, making it possible for them to soar as well, falling down. And you can tell Fraggers, they're just in a whole different level, a whole different spectrum coming into Lotus.
Just an amazing display of talent for everybody across the board. Flawlessly taking this third round, and like I said, that second round conversion was as important as ever because that gave the window of opportunity for Fraggers to get the full buy rounds on. Aim Hunter had all the confidence in the world to swing like that because he knew that Team Forsaken's gun buy was not in the most secure or most stable positions, right? They lose that buy round, they're gonna have to go on an eco again. The cycle continues if they lose the next coming buy round. Avermit back on the Omen. It was the jet from that previous game, and well, he has to prove his worth now that he is in a passive position. DV Dove, this was the angle that you're talking about, under the turret where he is safe within the cause. Avermit will have an impossible task at hand of scraping by this Killjoy turret, but unbeknownst to him, the Killjoy was just underneath the angle, and he will not have the best gun, but he already dealt a very, very bad position here.
It's just so hard to play up against it, honestly. Tiny Pixel not going to be able to do that. Meanwhile, though, the other players here from Team Fraggers, seeing if they can push their lock on towards the A side instead of the C side. Aim Hunter hoping to find at least a couple of pickups here, catch them off guard if he can. He's able to spot a couple of players out, but Milpa is able to get that kill. One thing I would say here, by the way, Everman, you saw him on the jet. He was playing fantastic. Put him in an Omen, and it seems like I'm seeing a different player.
Yeah. Not in the consistent manner that we have been used to from how he performed on that mind game, right? Different manner, but possibly limited by the options given to him by the Smoker role himself. A triple stun, giving info to the team, shaping up their positioning just after that Trailblazer was online. Blinded out, but Tesor gets the shot anyways. EB, quick to the cause, at least gets the trade here on. But three players peeking on Stairs position, not definitely checked. 3 kills for DV Dove. Just to lay down the law towards Team Forsaken. Stairs position was never the best place to come up, funnel in if they wanted to retake on A.
I feel the pressure happening right now. If you are in the side of Team Forsaken, it's just looking rather rough for them. They're trying to find some answer here, but could not find a single way. You know, a lot of entries on towards the side has been open, where there's really no contestation coming from Team Forsaken, they're just giving out scot-free for Fraggers to take it. And I think that's what they're struggling in the most.
Yeah. Well, if they're going to be able to make that adjustment, then the time is now, right? Buy round now for Team Forsaken. Early
Lockdown.
investment on that lockdown over to the C site. And it's not the type of lockdown where they want to use it as a fake anymore. This is in for the long run, committing with the entry on the satchel. Double duelist again, showing their prowess, the speed that they want to take. Showstopper out, and it's towards that halt position. Not even connecting onto anybody. Milpa swinging, well, get a double kill. Spray transfer from Milpa. This guy will be the shining bright over towards that C site, but Avermint following through with the 1 versus 4 for DV Dov, set up by the Sentinel. But he's already settled in over towards the smoke. He gets 1, 2, possibly over to the side, but it is the full committal. Even though he was so good with a triple kill, it was just a little too late for him to do anything.
I'm going to say that was a symphony of fails here. Every player were looking on towards the spawn side of Team Forsaken, but Milpa catches them off guard, finds a couple of kills, and they're able to get it towards their advantage here. Davidov did show a kill field here, but it was not enough. It was just not enough. A full-on defuse able to stop things down, and a much-needed round, I would say, for Team Forsaken to get them back on the right track. But even if they won that, it looks so shaky.
Absolutely shaky. Not the best position to do so. Yes, it was as close as ever. Possibly not doing the 1, 2, 3 swing, but Tesor so committed to use it. But EB dodges, just TPs away over towards that lobby, expecting that they could double face on down, knowing that the showstopper did not connect on anybody. Yes, they still fall back over to the A main position since that long angle is not as secured as ever. They can still rotate on, keep themselves committed over to the A site, but if they smoke down, they're considering it. And a bit of presence made over to the B side, knowing that TV Dav has always been on the lurk and always a nuisance for the squad to soar through the smoke as well. Has to be careful. Speaks on, gets 1. Vic did not expect that at all. Goes back to safety. Early 5 versus 4 in hand. And against all odds, Avermint was able to surprise him while he was also lurking around to the B side.
Big pick off there on towards Davidov. Meanwhile, Aim Hunter, he's the lurker. He's been playing around, hoping to find a side if he can.
left.
EB does have his ultimate though, if they want to fake things out or if he goes back. But boy, oh boy, is he in a load of trouble. There's a lot of players here and there, but they're going to continue pushing their buttons, hoping to see if they can get something out of it. But nonetheless, though, Forsaken, coming from a 0-4 difference, now you're 3-4? 1 round is all it takes to start changing things towards their favor. And another impressive thing I think I've noticed so far, once they get the ball rolling, it continues to go towards their momentum.
Yeah. And a big thing for them is fishing out DV Dov on the lurk too, because DV Dov has been one heck of a lurker. Always finding timings and reactions whenever the initial push doesn't work out. But when he gets picked off early, then his value diminishes by numbers. Going back onto the reliable 5-man push, Fraggers securing Mound as fast as like this. A triple face, another angle to soar, and everybody from Team Forsaken almost like they expected DV Dov to lurk around B. Yet again, supporting down the lockdown too. Melpa was just that quick, always too wise. Actually put down the lockdown to the right place, knowing that they're forced to get the handle anyway, but the spike's still down, so the time is not on their side.
The Seekers are also out, checking on where they're going to be. Aim Hunter playing on his device, making it work so far, but he falls down into pieces. Avermint from above, they have the sights on towards Casper. And boy, oh boy, did they deliver here on the side of Team Forsaken. Push them onto this tiny corner, hoping to get something out of it. Yes, Aim Hunter did quite a lot of damage, but could not connect his shots when it mattered the most. We are back on a 4-4. Even Stevens here.
Yeah. Not looking good for their economy too, because I'm noticing a few light shields from a few members from Fraggers. An operator buy, definitely ambitious for Tesor, especially if he wants to invest it into this defending round, right? I mean, Raze is not the type of agent where you could normally expect that kind of agent to pick up the operator. Normally it could be Vic and his jet, but you don't have a jet. And Avermint is on the Omen, so not really the agent that you could pick the operator from. So Tesor just relied upon to get that early pick on, but the dash in again from Vic to make the space converted through over to the C site. Milpa expected, knowing where Vic is going to be coming from. He was spotted, he was trapped since the mollies were already giving a lot of time for Team Forsaken to position themselves for the post plant, but not even giving any room to breathe for fraggers. But they still commit anyway. Push in from the Raze. Another spray transfer. Milpa's on one right now, as everybody from Team Forsaken followed through. But TV Dov still alive. He has clutched up things before, but Mize will lay down the double that they needed for Team Forsaken. The first time that the CT side has gotten the lead this time around.
I'm actually scratching my head here because I'm trying to figure out what's happening on the side of Fraggers. You do have a double duelist, but why is it that Vic is the only one jumping in and Aim Hunter is just standing on the back side of things, right? Normally, when you have mobility type of duelist, you push in towards the side together. At the same time, this is when you execute it with a flash coming from the Omen. You get the smokes done and laid out, and then you go for the flash. Not only that, you also have the Trailblazer even scout information to the far right of things when you go towards the C side. So I feel like they're not really playing at their best in terms of the utilities that they have. Rather, it's just Vic dashes in and that's it. A couple of smokes here and there, but you're not really making a proper play and entering towards the side. They have such a good, I guess, agent composition when it's their turn to attack. And they're not playing it at its full potential.
Yeah, I think a big thing about that too is the type of agents that have been invested in the CT side, right? You got Milpa and Tesor plus Maz having almost like 2 or 3 mollies to be set up. A resettable molly for Tesor if he gets 2 kills. Milpa already set up his mollies pre-plant anyway. Maz also one of the agents that actually held up that C-side position, right? So right after Milpa triggers his own molly, Maz puts out another. So every time that Vic dashes in, Team Forsaken have made sure that the entry doesn't come up a funnel. Always leaving Vic on an island is showing that the space is not always given to him for free at all. The contact play has worked out for Fraggers this time around. They got A-main control up and ready. Early smoke up from EV over to the A-main position just to deny info and space from the Team Forsaken side, leaving Tinza and everybody else to play for the retake this time around. The A site is open. This is where Fraggers have to take advantage of this space.
It's their comfort side, I guess. This is the side where they want to put a handful of their victories.
Angle.
Meanwhile, Avermint from above, they're going to expect him. No, they are not. Vic falling down already, but that said, Avermint has been compromised. They know now where he's currently hiding on. Now it's all about how they're going to go for the retake here, Ramon.
Yeah. But the Maldi set up yet again, and Tenza is in a lot of trouble. Fire at his feet. Milpa tries to convert through, but TB Dub, right place yet again. Lockdown down, and a double again for the Sentinel. A 1v2, and Tesor, not the best gun operator, doesn't convert to EB. The flick does not work out. The quick scope was not quick enough. And EB to shut them down yet again, and Fraggers off of that contact play, finally not leaving DV Dov on an island, not letting Vic push all alone. They were playing as a unit. They were using every part of the utility to the fullest potential, finally realizing that DV Dov needed all the support, and he got it.
I just love the quick slide. It was such a smooth slide, by the way. I mean, it was, not fast enough, but nonetheless, though, I feel like Fraggers understand that they've tried multiple times going towards C, and it has failed multiple times. It did not work out in their favor. Now let's go back going A, because this is the side that we're more comfortable pushing on towards, and it has worked in towards their favor. Danza, though, stuck in here. Milpo finds to go towards Aim Hunter, but EB answers back. So the trade-offs are there. And A side again is up for the taking as Avermint gets the kill towards Casper, which is kind of big. Losing that flash player is scary. Same with the Soar, finding EB. Numbers are down, but still somehow Fraggers are not giving up. Davidov being found out too. The Soar left alone onto the side, but not afraid. Pushes him with a jet blast pack and makes it work out in his favor.
just always just making the most out of the situation that they were dealt with. Because even though they lost Tenza, who was trying to open the door for himself, trying to rotate back around towards that link position, that also gives the amount of time for the rotate to come around for Avermint, who again was isolated over that link position since Fraggers decided that they split up over to A main, where the Jet was trying to hold that position for Avermint to take advantage fully from that operator too. Vic deciding to get that operator slows them down eventually, and well, not really the best causes, especially with the Tesor handling his business himself. Triple kill from the Rays, 6-5 for Team Forsaken. Pretty reminiscent on how they started from that bind game, because if you remember, that first half was a 6-6 as well.
Yep, it was. This time around, though, they're not heavily defending towards the A side, so it's up for the taking if Team Forsaken plays it, but they're rather afraid. They're playing it slow. They're not, pushing in rather quickly. They're taking their sweet time before they actually go towards the setup here. But there will be no trade-offs. They're going to be able to take it down, and the spike has been planted.
Yep. 5 versus 5 retake to start off, and what do you know? 4 ultimates online for Team Forsaken, so they're relying on that timing, knowing when to strike, but the timing has been given to them, especially with the friendly goes, getting shut down immediately. Milpa falls to second frag from Milpa, and that's when they explode onto the side. Team Forsaken want to take the round, and they take it by force, but TV Dove still alive. The Guardian Angel from the side of Team Forsaken has to get shut down. Another frag from TV Dove, but the spike gets sticked on. Milpa with a 3K. And they also got the defuse held down. Team Forsaken, they leave the half with the 7th round. And they got the spirits up in check. This is when the best case scenario comes in for their composition, because now they can rely on Tesor fired up and ready from that first half to take the space for the team now.
The battle of the killjoys. Davidov he didn't really want to aim on towards Milpa. He was aiming on the guy who was going for the defuse, but could not find the angle. Even tried a wall bang, but because of Milpa standing in between that, making sure that he's the one tanking onto the damage to make sure that they get that defuse up and running. And that's the reason why they're able to do that quite easily, quite smoothly. Now that we're going to be entering towards this half with it swap around. Let's see how well things will go to their favor as Vic dashes in aggressively here, Ramon.
Ooh, Aim Hunter starts off strong with 2, and well, the double duelist finally finding form where they need to. Second frag out again from Vic, and well, Milpa alone with the spray transfer back online yet again for EBS. It was another pistol round, flawless for the side of Fraggers, and it started with that rubble control. Well, again, just funneling utility on the same place where Team Forsaken never expected it. That early Viper wall just to deny info, plus you also got, well, a lot of layer of utility, right? Like the molly from Aim Hunter plus Vic to dash on into the rubble control, meaning that they had too many things to work around before they thought about fighting back.
I think it's to be expected when you have a double duelist. You can't play too defensively, you have to play aggressively, and it feels like a double-edged sword where it can work and it cannot work at the same time. And so far, it is doing wonders for them as Vic is able to find him out, but Milpa answers back. Mr. Consistent here, but will not win it out. He will falter because of the gun difference. Casper, though, will he continue the push or will he lay himself low? It seems like he's just going to hold the corners. Nonetheless, the damage has been done as they still have the advantage here.
Ooh, early paranoia. Almost like EB expected that since the sound cue is already giving themselves away. But as they open the door, what is behind it? TV Dove. Door number 1 to Sword, though. Shuts it down again. Sheriff in hand. Avermint with a second frag, and this is looking like the round just run up wide open. EB another, and he is so low that Avermint just needed one more frag. The second one for EB. The Spectre relied upon from the Omen. A 7-7 back online for Fraggers. They keep the guns. Yes, it is a very comfy buy, but well, they're coming into this round with sticks and stones now because they lost that bonus.
Yeah. I mean, it was a bonus that they did well on, but what to do, man. It is what it is. This time, when you're playing up against a single duelist, it's not that easy to be able to just enter. At the same time, you can see Fraggers playing rather aggressively, and they already kind of noticed that that is what it's coming on. So they decide to, you know what, let's not go again on towards the A side because we really have no answer towards that. Let's try to play around B and C. But the question is how are they gonna do that? One-way smokes are there, heavily defense on towards the B side from the Killjoy. They have a good defense. They have a good hold with DV Dove being that anchor that they need here for the side of Team Fraggers.
Early Outlaw, very known upon over to the C site, and well, they also smoke out that one choke point. Interesting that they put that one down since they don't really want to take control of that waterfall position. They also got a lot of time to make a decision right here and now, leaving the rubble position to the Jet just to funnel everybody over at that C and B site. Tenza waiting for the call to take the C site right here and now. DB Dove, first kill found. Outlaw in, another out for EB as well. Paranoia set up over to the layers upon through the smoke as well. DB Dove, second frag yet again, and the 1v3 commences for Maz, but as he pushes, he meets DV Doves' ghost. A triple from the Sentinel. It is all business for the side of Fraggers as they held on to their guns and they defend the C site with force.
It goes to show what happens when you only have one mobility duelist who just enter in, right? He's the only one who can even go inside the site, and when that was done, they had a way to slow down. Like you said, it makes it hard to really funnel in when you have a Killjoy. And that's what happened there. Davidov had his swarm. The moment that the duelist came in, he was just left alone. He couldn't do anything. And it's just easy pickings coming from the side of Team Fraggers here. And yet again, they are stuck at a standstill. They don't really know what they have to do to be able to just enter towards the side. Maybe destroy the swarms, but Davidov, he's playing it smart on how he's setting things up for himself.
Yeah. Sometimes the mollies and the utility just enough. Not needing the guns to make the answers for themselves. The entry on and DB Dove. Yes, cool, calm, and collected. Always the guy to watch out for in these fights. Aim Hunter, almost with 3, but it is Tenza. Run and gun. The stinger in hand, just making a lot of quick work. Maz blinded off the face of the earth. Casper recovers the spray on towards Tenza. Beautifully done from Vic. 9-7. And Fraggers capitalizing on the better guns yet again. They keep most of it towards the next round, and they had a stellar defense towards Team Forsaken's attempt.
Will history repeat itself? It's happening again, Ramon. This is the exact same story that we're seeing from map number 1. A very close first half, comes back to the second half. Fragger is gonna get a good set of rounds. Forsaken goes for a timeout, and then they get their set of rounds themselves and going for an even close match. But the question is, will it follow the same script, or will it go in the side of Team Forsaken? Now, it's just only a matter of time here because, honestly, Team Forsaken have been struggling trying to enter the side. For 4 rounds, they have tried, let's go A, and they get killed immediately by the double duelist. And then they tried, okay, if we can't go A, let's go C. And then it didn't work out just because of how Davidov has been playing excellent with EB. You work around each other with their positioning, with their crossfires, with their one-way smokes. I am struggling to see the light at the end of the tunnel for Team Forsaken.
Yeah. Especially since it has been the 4th round in a row that Fraggers have resurged, or at least reached upon for themselves into this next coming by. So now, Operator invested for DB Dove, just channeling his inner chamber, but not even noticing the Omen that TP'd up on top. Dashing in, it's another for the side of Team Forsaken. They get 3 off the back of this C-site push. And investing EB, never expecting Tenza to win the fight anyways. 1v4 now. And this was a quick conversion from the timeout too, because if you remember before this, Team Forsaken needed a minute to think about what they want to do.
I love the execution that they have here. Realizes You know what, guys? Every time we play slow, it doesn't really go to our favor. Let's just play quick and easy with our execution, and then maybe we will have a glimmer of chance. And they did. They got so much kills out of that to the point that they are back in the game. Only one round difference anyway.
One more round. Try to reach up against Team Forsaken, and well, they're not joking at all at this point in time, because if you remember, Abermit was always at the right place. Double kill back, in fact, for the Omen. Will be interesting on how he uses that from the shadows, right? But I'm looking at the Sora and how he uses that ultimate. Showstopper back online for the Raze again, and leaving Dav on an island for Braggers has always been a huge investment for the squad. See that double face-up yet again from the Omen as well as the Killjoy, just to see if they can get themselves a secure C-site defense. Already putting the door down, put pressure on both sides of the map. Vic on an island to hold up with that long angle. Guardian might be enough for him, but against 5 people, thinking about walking towards that A-site push, I mean,
Vic.
definitely up for the challenge. And with that wall up, that definitely supports the cause yet again.
Do they know? I don't think they do. They're gonna get 2 kills though. Yes, you get the kill towards Vic, but he is slowing you guys down as Vic finds 2 Tenza. What can they do? They already have the information we're gonna be at. And not only that, I love the fact that they're still anchoring B and C, just understanding that Omen could use his ultimate to teleport. Mule Aim Hunter has a showstopper. Will it work out in his favor? He finds a kill, finds a finisher. This could be the nail in the coffin if they're able to find more here. With the heals, Evermint, like you said, right time at the right moment, but Casper answers back. The spray controls is there. 1v3, Milpa's left alone to his own device. As Casper says, bye-bye, señorito.
Bye-bye, kapatid. My brother in arms, Fraggers. The 10-8 to actually get the second half conversion. That was one heck of a defense over at that A-site push, because, again, I wanted to challenge Vic, and he has been performing above expectations, holding that A-site long angle just with that Guardian, and well, he actually passed with flying colors. 2 kills, in fact, yes. And now investing in that operator too, so an ambitious buy out for the young Jet player. Well, that one way, interestingly, doesn't really force on the mark, so Moz using this to his own devices, just thinking that somebody's gonna push on, but for the past few rounds, Vic has been alone. Hold up on that rubble position. One onto Maz. Quickly priming up the dash. Dashes in towards the angle, but Tesor pushes with the paint shell online. The operator is available. Where's the side of Team Forsaken now? But how did they use this? Casper held up.
Not checking.
Not checked yet. Almost a lineup. 1, not 2. Tenza jumping up and down, dodging, weaving, just to get themselves the conversion. 3 versus 2, forcing EB and the Killjoy to play to their own 3v2.
That was looking really, really good for Casper, but could not convert. Now the lockdowns are up and running. Gonna try to push them as much as possible. EB is able to find that kill. But how long will it take before they're able to find the remaining set of players here? As I believe they're not going to be able to find a lockdown, but Davidov spots them out, has a smoke. Swarms currently being placed if they can. Yes, you have the information, but how are they going to get the answer to this? They're stuck in a corner. They're not pushing. They're playing it smart. They're playing it slow. Half currently diffused. They're not going for the shot. Holding it still. But Davidov could not convert it to a kill as Milpa, again, the savior of this team. 9-10. Very close.
Yeah. I mean, Milpa has definitely carried through this round, but Tenza was the huge difference maker. When they pushed on to the tree position and he was trying to cross on back to the side, I was convinced that he was the second frag towards that tree defense, but against all odds, he jumped. And as he jumped, he got the shot anyway, so that's just Valorant as a whole, man. Like, precision as a whole for this guy. Trying to come on down for Team Forsaken. 9-10, 1-round game for both teams. One more to reach upon. Fraggers in their lead. Try to respond back with a double push shot from that mount position, and well, Team Forsaken decide that they will take this as slowly and calmly towards that ace
Fraggers,
site, but
bro,
Vic,
fraggers.
Vic, almost spots one, and that's one over to Maz. Still up and online with a Blade Storm, and decides that he has to go back, but Milpa will punish him, but doesn't know that there's at least one holding the cross angle.
David is gonna go for the peak now. I don't think he's gonna be able to spot anybody because they're pushing towards the ace side as of the moment. Casper currently there with, I believe, Aim Hunter. So Seekers are currently out. Information will be given. It's gonna be the A hit here. Either you give it and go for the retake, or you hold it and hope for the best. Meal behind them, Davidov gets a freebie. Not what Team Forsaken wants to be in, and now they're stuck in a corner where they do not want to be in. As Aim Hunter finds the answer, Milpa. It was looking good for Team Forsaken. Now it's just looking horrible. He's stuck, he's pincered, he's sandwiched, and they're up for the snack. They're gonna eat him wide open, unless Milpa has something to say. But nope, gets denied. 9-11 here. And Fraggers taking in control of the driver's seat.
Yeah. Almost like they never expected DB Dob to be a second guy to flank around after the attempt from Vic. And well, attempt no longer, because that was also a very fruitful attempt, because he got that one frag that was very, very convincingly something that slowed them down. Anyways, you saw their hesitation after they noted the positioning from Fraggers and their flank. One of the controllers destroyed Deltapon, and when DP Dob followed through onto Avermit, that was when it all crumbled down. Held up, pinched onto that rubble position, not even getting A main control anymore. Spotted again by the Haunt, and well, that's when they decide that maybe A is not the best call. Possibly the double push out again from Team Forsaken might not be the best case scenario anymore, so Fraggers already held up on both fronts. C, A, and B side already not free for the taking for the side of Team Forsaken. They even invest the molly, and well, Aim Hunter is ready for a fight.
Kick from behind. Oh, he got spotted out immediately to Soar. Spidey senses were tingling. He kind of felt like, you know, this has happened before. It's gonna happen again. Meanwhile, though, EB is getting the kill to Milpa, which, by the way, Milpa has always been an anchor. And Casper, like you said, he's hiding on the corner. They're not checking, but he gets spotted out. He's gonna get finished off here with a showstopper. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Gonna hurt a lot. Stensa Everman finding their set of kills here. Vividov, the anchor of the team, still winnable on a 1v2 here, Ramon. Could still be possible. He was able to find it! And he does! The timing! It works out! Vividov shuts them off!
He was convinced. He knew that after he uses the Omen ult, that nobody is around that rubble position, so he runs and he guns over to the last two. Unlucky, because the TP was where the other teammate from Team Forsaken also ran towards. That was unlucky. But fortune favors the bold. Fraggers relied upon on DB Dov. Match point now secured for the side of the defense. Vic, full confidence in himself to hold that rubble position now that he has support. And well, that crouch peek is what's the start and possibly the end for everybody on Team Forsaken. This is where the 3v5 starts on. Showstopper online. Aim Hunter doesn't connect. The Stingers possibly deemed damage, but Vic winning the gunfight anyways. Casper and EB get all the conversions through. And in that 2-0 score, Fraggers head on to the grand finals.
What a way to end things here for the side of Fraggers. I feel like they had a good way of holding towards A Rubble, where there was no contestation coming for Team Forsaken. They always struggled just trying to enter in or to even take a standstill, or other than that, taking it into control. It felt so dominant on how Fraggers were doing, and towards the second half, the Team Forsaken, they tried going to C, they tried going to B. It never worked out, Ramon. It never did. You were never able to find a inkling onto the second half. It felt like Fraggers. Being able to play as aggressive as they want, being able to find the flanks, find those kills. The struggle was indeed so real, and kudos to them. They're going to be going on towards the grand finals. But lucky to say for Team Forsaken, you know, even if they did lose this one out in this best of three, they still have an opportunity to be part of the third placer decider here in the 404 Esports Dubai Police Esports Tournament Ramadan edition.
Yeah, so not everybody comes up as a loser in this sort of tournament. So this format has been, blessed for us, everybody, because now everybody has a chance to come up with, the most amount of wins or the most amount of money that they can come up here with the prize pool that we have for this tournament as a whole. Just to remind everybody, it is a 30,000 AED prize pool. So everybody coming up with the lion's share of 15, I believe, just to get themselves the conversion. So if they are able to win out the grand finals, that will be one heck of a lion's share. So it's gonna be one heck of a banger. But now that we have one of our names solidified for that grand final spot, Braggers are gonna have one heck of a deal, because now in this second best of three, that is where all the power comes up online for Team Oyun as well as WKNK. Very quickly before we head on into the break, JT, what is your prediction for this best of three?
Oyun seeing the grand finals, defending champions, they gotta show up. They have
Yep.
to. I would love to see it.
Would love that. If that will be the case for Oyun, we will find out after this short break. We'll be sending it off to Tucker as well as Vincent for this one. We will be seeing you all the guys tomorrow for the grand finals. Don't go anywhere because we have a lot more best of three later on today for the Dubai Police Esports Tournament.
Right here, standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
At first I sent the link and she was petrified. Kept thinking she would be a victim of my scam and lies.
But then I read a few lines and the grammar was all wrong. The hunch grew strong. He was trying to scam me all along, so I blocked his hack and reported the fraud.
Oh, she even blocked my number and my phone calls from abroad.
They'll try to tempt you with rewards and a fake prize.
You shouldn't crumble. You should report these shady guys.
Well, no, not I will survive for as long as I report the fraud.
I know they won't survive.
I've got great advice to give.
Reporting is imperative.
They won't survive.
I won't survive. Scammers these days have a no new trend. It's a call from the police, but it's all pretend.
And you'll regret it later if you don't report the call.
But that's not all. They'll get all your details, they'll have it all. So take their advice and report our lies.
Just call now and give these guys a rude surprise.
I've got great advice to give. Reporting is imperative.
I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dubai Police Valorant Tournament Ramadan Edition. I'm Tucker Haynes, joined by Vincent. We got one more matchup for the day, and boy, oh boy, is it a big one. Oyun versus WK Ingay, and the winner gets a berth in the grand finals.
That they do. I mean, we already had a fantastic semifinal matchup where we got to see one team go through. Now we get to see who joins them, and I couldn't be more excited to actually get to see Oyun once again, who we got to cover, you and I, yesterday as well. We've actually seen a bunch of them on stream, but we'll get into all of that information, all of that action here soon enough. I'm pumped to be here, though, ready to get started with the second semifinal.
That's going to be an absolute banger. WKNK, they have had no shortness of domination throughout the bracket. Of course, the first round that they played was round 2. They 13-0'd their opponent, then 2-0'd Piff the Path in the last round. And now they go up against what is, in my opinion, the Titans of the tournament. Oyun have been playing an incredible tournament throughout the weekend. I got a feeling it's only going to stay that way because they have been great. All they got to do is do it one more time, and they have a date with Destiny against Fraggers in the Grands.
Hey, to be fair, listen, Fraggers has also been kind of rolling through opponents left, right, and center. So I think Fraggers might have something to say about that Destiny, though. With that being said, I mean, I think it's fair to say that Oyun, despite some maybe shakiness towards the end of the day yesterday, as a whole, they have indeed been dominating. I mean, it is 2-0 that they got over UFC. It was Lotus that got a bit dicey. But coming into the semifinals, they've had a little bit of time to rest up. That was towards the end of a pretty long day, might I add. So things could have gotten a little bit wild when it comes to that. But if we take a peek at some of these stat lines, it's been decent for Oyun, but it's not been perfect.
It has not. And sure, they were perfect on the maps yesterday. Rather in the last round in that best of 3 against UFC, but we cannot forget, you were just briefly pointing it out, that they had a 10-2 lead going into halftime, and they managed to let that slip all the way into OT. They were able to put it away, put it to bed before things got too bad. It was 14-12, but going into halftime with that one-sided of a lead, you definitely want to put that map away a little bit sooner because things could have gone terribly, terribly wrong.
That they could have, but up against a team like WKNK, I don't think that if they were to make a mistake, allow that to happen once again, I don't think that they'd walk away with the victory like they did yesterday. It was a fortunate situation that they were able to close it out in overtime, but the fact that it got there is certainly dicey. And so this WK roster, I think they've been proving consistently throughout this tournament that they are one to watch. And so we're going to get the chance to take a peek at them. We've seen a lot of Oyun on stream, and to be fair, I think that kind of biases you and I just a little bit, but I think WKNK are coming into this matchup ready to prove exactly what they've got and show that this win rate, for example, is nothing to be turning your nose up at. It's absolutely something to be respected. And so I'm excited to see what they have to offer, especially when you consider how much we've seen of this Oyun team.
Matt's just a little bit. I gotta say, I feel like this has to favor Oyun because the first map we go to is going to be Ascent, the second one Lotus, and the third one Decider, if we need it, is Sunset. The guaranteed maps are maps that Oyun has played on, and they looked fantastic on them. Of course, we were talking about Oyun nearly blowing that 10-2 lead, but to blow a lead that big, you have to get a lead that big. And to get a lead that big shows that you know at least a little bit about what you're doing. So I got a feeling that the map picks have got to favor Oyun. I haven't seen too much of WKNK, unfortunately. They have been playing really, really good, but this might be where that bias kind of plays in because we saw what Oyun was able to do on the first 2 maps. Unfortunately, WKNK has not caught our eye just yet, has not seen on broadcast from us specifically.
Exactly. And just to kind of reiterate things, this is the same 2 vetoes that Oyun did yesterday, banned out Bind, and then they also banned out Breeze. And like you mentioned, with Ascent, their third time that we'll be seeing Ascent from Oyun on stream. Definitely, it gives you confidence from them. But let's just do some. Let me do some defending here for WKNK though, because the reality is that everybody has played Ascent. Everybody kind of knows what to expect, generally speaking, on this map. And so, yeah, we've seen it a little bit more from Oyun, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. And I think that Oyun definitely were bleeding when it came to that first map. It wasn't exactly a walk in the woods for the scoreline. It was 13-9 up against UFC. So they are a team that certainly has shown out strong, but I think that it's also been clear that they have some weaknesses there. And we know what those weaknesses looks like on Lotus. It's actually interesting though that Sunset, a map we've yet to see with regard to this Oyun team being our decider, though at the moment, neither of these squads have dropped a map. So will we even need that?
Yeah, it's hard to say, because whenever you have a team or two teams that are at this caliber and they have not lost a map just yet, it's safe to say that, oh, well, both of these teams have not lost a map yet. They're both really good. This is going to be a good match, going to go all the way to 3. That's not always the case. Just because you haven't lost a map yet does not mean the other team is better, or vice versa, that you're better than the other team. And of course, yesterday I made a prediction that UFC was going to take it to 3 maps. They did not, so that's my L. I'm not going to make a prediction. I'm going to abstain this time. But I think we are going to be in for a good match. I'm not going to say if we're going to go to 3, if we're going to go to 2. All I am going to say, though, is I think we're going to see 2 really close games or 3 really close games if we do indeed see that sunset.
I mean, I think it's fair to kind of have the expectation that these squads will be keeping it close. But, just to talk about some individuals real fast, we did see Oyun really kind of step up to the plate when it came to their performances yesterday. There was a couple of players to talk about. I mean, Sigmund is the one that immediately comes to mind. We've seen this guy perform every single time he's been on stream, and it's been in that duelist role. Again, your expectation when you see a duelist is that they're going to be in a high fragging role, not necessarily having to carry, but certainly to set the tone and create space on the attacking side. Not to mention, talk about the operator. Sigmund was a guy to discuss when it came to that. So eyes out for that thing, that type of individual play, as well as Mind, who I think is maybe less of a question mark, right? He was so consistent as well yesterday.
For sure. When it came down to Mind, they could really do it all. Unfortunately, when you run into a duelist player like Sigmund, who is incredibly talented and incredibly mechanically gifted, don't get me wrong, they can fall into the role of a one-trick pony at times, but Mind typically was on a support player. I think we saw them on, I want to say an Omen on Ascent, and then maybe an Initiator on Lotus. But whether the agents are what's the word? Whether the agents are consistent from today, same with yesterday, we're going to see Mind be incredibly consistent. That is a no-brainer. Unless they have something incredibly detrimental go wrong, we are going to see a very good game from Mind, because they don't like to really play that duelist spot, and they really like to take the back seat and let Sigmund really take those entry frags. But if you put Mind in a situation where he needs to step up, he will, no questions asked.
I mean, that was the storyline from yesterday. Is, if there was anybody to make the mark on the server when it was most required, it was, I think, Mind to do that. And I think what was even more impressive is the varying different agents and roles that we saw them on. You mentioned the fact that we were looking towards a controller in the Omen initially, and then that swapped over to a Gecko, which I think both of us were quite enjoying to watch that on Lotus for map number 2. All of that culminating in that 2-0 victory. And with a question now about the WKNK team, what they have to offer, and exactly where they're going to be showing up. Going back to that same map pool that we saw yesterday, I think that you and I are both in the same boat when it's like, I mean, how do you not just expect Oyun to do what they did before? I don't see a world where they don't, but it's a world of unknowns.
It really is. And the deeper you get into the bracket, the more unknown it gets because we are getting to teams that have not played each other just yet. So it gets so much harder to call it. You want to go with your instinct. You want to go with what has historically been the case. And historically, OUN has dominated every step of the way. Ascent was theirs. Despite getting off to a 0-5 start, they were still able to come back and put up a pretty hard fight. And then same thing with Lotus. They got up to a 10-2 lead at the half. That's a really good spot to be in. And unfortunately, WKNK has just not had enough eyes on them to really get a good prediction. So it's hard to say, okay, well, I think WKNK is going to do better or they're going to do a little worse. I think they're going to be able to out-frag OUN. I think they're going to be able to out-utilize. But it's hard to call that because we have not seen too much of them yet again. OUN, though, has been front and center pretty much the entire tournament. Same with Fraggers, which is in the grand finals already. So there might be a bit of a storyline leading up to the end of this tournament.
Yeah, it does seem like the seeding has been doing its job. I mean, there's been two clear front runners when it comes to who we've seen on stream, with Fraggers on the upper side of this bracket and has been very strong. It's been a lot of fun to kind of watch and see what those guys have been made of. And then, like you've been talking about on the other side down here on the backside of the bracket, it's OUN who has been taking that front and center. But I do think that, respect where it's due for WKNK. They've made the exact same run. They've done the exact same things with regard to not dropping maps. They've played up to the level, and it's not even been particularly close in a lot of those scenarios. I think that they deserve that credit as well. We just haven't gotten to see them. Like you said, it's a matter of eyes on, and we haven't seen those eyes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But now I have a question that I want to ask you. Of course, for the first time we saw Ascent on broadcast yesterday when it was OUN versus UFC, OUN kept it plain. They played cool. They didn't really change anything from what the meta is. Meanwhile, UFC, they brought out a bit less of a default pick and a bit more of an abstract pick in the get-go. Do you think that's going to be the same as it was yesterday? Do you think OUN's going to play the same that they have been playing for probably the last 6 months and WKNK brings out a little more abstract pick, or do you think we're going to see both meta picks?
I think that it works well. So I think we're going to continue, especially for that Lotus, see probably a very similar setup, considering the effectiveness that we saw yesterday. I think it would be kind of crazy to speculate on what we're going to see for WKNK, just because, like we've been talking about, we haven't gotten to see them. But yeah, as much as we were talking about that yesterday and kind of what the meta looks like, we'll just wait and see. And we're unfortunately going to have to do a little bit more waiting for the moment as well, because we've got to head to a short break whilst we get the lobby ready and good to go. So we'll see you here in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dubai Police Esports Tournament, Valorant Edition and Ramadan Edition. It's still Tucker Haynes and Vincent in the booth, and we still have our matchup yet to be played with, of course, Oyun versus WKNK in a best-of-3. Bit of technical difficulties, but we have hopefully pushed past that, and we should be ready to get going as soon as possible.
Yeah, just a quick TLDR. If you are just joining us and maybe didn't hear where we were at previously, both these squads coming into the semifinals have been looking really strong. It's an undefeated matchup in the tournament. Both teams have yet to drop a single map, which is incredibly impressive. But we're looking at an Oyun team that we've kind of had the opportunity to become favorites when it comes to how often they've been on stream. We've been getting a chance to watch them as they go through, which means we've gotten a chance to see a lot of what they have to offer, whereas WKNK haven't had that same opportunity. They jump into this with a pretty much a relative unknown, I think, to you and I, but obviously coming in and improving themselves throughout the rest of this tournament already. We're jumping into map number 1. That's Ascent, and that's what this agent selection that you see on your screen right now is going to be for.
Ascent, and we were talking about it briefly before the break, how Oyun played very by the book, and their opponent's UFC actually deviated a bit from the meta, choosing a Gecko, and it worked out good. It wasn't great, but it was definitely competitive. Maybe we might see the meta switch into more of a Gecko-heavy composition in a couple of months or two if he gets like a buff, but at the moment, he was good, not great. This time, though, I see just 10 whole meta picks, pretty much completely mirrored. We got a duelist, we got 2 initiators, controller, and sentinel. I mean, it's the same on both ways, except for the double duelist on the WKNK side. So instead of 2 duelists, instead of 2 initiators and then 1 of everything else, it's 2 duelists, 1 of everything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Double Duelist has been a little bit more popular as of recently. I think especially if you have the firepower, like the individuals that can really take advantage of it, it can be well worth it to go that direction. And even beyond that, I do think it's interesting to see the Cypher as opposed to the Killjoy. That's another big difference where WKNK have gone for a more traditional Killjoy composition, whereas Not Flick has the Cypher locked and loaded here for Oyun. All of that is a little bit interesting. I also think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to go back. I'm pretty sure that in that little break, WKNK, there's a different player in than was previously. I'm not sure what that's all about, but maybe somebody had to go. Maybe they had a sub. I have no idea, but that does spice things up just a little bit.
A little bit. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to be, like too big, but I bet it shouldn't affect the game too much. But we'll just have to see as we try to load into this Ascent game. So I was actually doing a little bit of looking, and this was the quarterfinal from the Dubai Police Esports Tournament 2023, December 12th, WKNK versus Oyun. WKNK swept Oyun 2-0, 13-9 on Lotus and 13-6 on Bind, which is a little bit different. They don't have the same players as they do this time, but just a bit of history for you, a little bit of trivia as well.
Yeah, that was I mean I mentioned yesterday as well.
Weren't you there for that?
Yeah, was seeing the Oyun team, though, like you're saying, not at all the same roster. I think there's only 2 players still the same for WKNK as well. This was 4 months ago at this point, so it's been a little while. But it looks like we are jumping right into the game, and we can get this thing started. So, honestly, all up in the air at this point. We've speculated enough, and we can jump into the action, or maybe not. We've just got to pause. So I may have just cast or cursed us.
That's okay. That's okay. So it looks like Flick did not connect, which is unfortunate, but unfortunately there's not much we can do. Hey, the double unfortunate in the sentence. Hopefully we can get him in as soon as possible. We want to get this underway. We don't want to keep y'all waiting for longer than we have to. But I mean, Ascent. I want to say this is the same exact composition that OU brought yesterday against UFC. I'm not 100% sure, but it's definitely very similar.
I think it is the same. I'm not certain, like you say, but I do remember seeing the cipher come through, if I'm not mistaken. So regardless, I'm curious about this double duelist, especially. I'm like I was mentioning, think it's totally reasonable and can be very effective. It just kind of depends on what sort of individual players you have. Based on what I was just reading, by the way, it looks like somebody is just still loading in. So whatever it should be a matter of time is the hope. But yeah, I think the double duelist makes a lot of sense, and especially if you have these individuals who can just have these pop up moments, then it's absolutely well worth it to put the best tools in their hands to succeed.
I definitely agree. I have my worries with the double duelist just because it is a little bit more quote unquote aggressive. It's not that it is more aggressive in nature, it's just that it's a little more frontward, a little more forward as for the initiator. It's a little bit more intel based, that way you can get a little bit more information on what your opponent has. I think WKNK is going to get a little bit better luck on their attacking half, considering they have a little bit more aggression. When you're on defense, you kind of want that initiation. That way you can get as much information as possible before you have to really use your gun and use your weaponry. So honestly, we are starting on both sides' weaker half, considering that Oyun has double initiator, which if you're going double duelist, you definitely want to favor your attack. But also, in the last match that they played on Ascent, Oyun had a really good time throughout their attacking round, so I might be completely wrong.
Yeah, it was a little bit wild yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oyun put together a fantastic attack side on Ascent, then they swap over and dominate the defensive side of Lotus, only to fall flat on their face and lose 10-2 on their attack side of Lotus. It was just a little bit crazy, a little bit wild, and I don't. It kind of leaves me with a question of expectations. Like there's no through line there, nothing to hang your hat on, nothing to particularly be interested in either. So with that, I mean, unfortunately, I think we're gonna have a couple more minutes here as we wait on everybody to get going.
Yeah, technical difficulties have been not so few and far between, unfortunately. But I went on a spiel yesterday about this. Like, tech issues are a thing of esports. They are a very bad thing, but they are a thing in esports. They will always be a thing. They always have been a thing. And there's not much you can do. But I think I saw in the chat that they're talking about a bit of a PC change. So hopefully that fixes things and we can get this train back on its tracks as soon as possible. And we don't have to wait any longer than we have to. But at the moment, we don't really have any answers for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of that, though, I think we're going to head to another short break. Apologies for making you wait, but with that potential PC change, it will be a couple minutes here. So thank you so much for your patience and for continuing to tune in. We're going to take a short break here, and when we come back, we'll jump right into that action.
Just like that, we are back with the Dubai Police Valorant Tournament Ramadan Edition. We are finally getting back into Ascent. We had a bit of a PC change, flipped it out. We should be good to go. Hopefully this PC works better and we can get on into it. If you're just now tuning in, this is OUN versus WKNK in the semifinals, meaning the winner goes on to the grand finals and the loser will have to fight their way for third place rather. And yeah, we had a bit of a, we have had several conversations about the composition, and honestly, we have run into just the same thing that we saw yesterday for OUN. This is a very same composition. We haven't seen much of WKNK, but I mean, this is two very new, very meta picks, so I have high hopes for both of these teams.
Same here, and as we look towards what may be a more asymmetric approach to this this first round, is the attack side shapes up with the majority of their players over towards A, taking a peek out towards mid as well, but I think being a bit tentative at first, WKNK going to take some space. That's vague over at the B site. Seeing nothing in main. Continue to push forward, though, as OUN find themselves an opening pick. Though traded, they'll have the A site mostly under their command. One exception.
Exception of Dutch. Nice solid, gets a little close, and the Classics, a little better free gun, by the way. With the shot, headshot, the Mind wins out the Omen battle, and A site pretty much controlled by OUN. All they got to do is find a way to get that spike planted down. As in comes the drop, there's one kill from Azkumi. In comes the trade, though, for Vague, and they look to find another one, and they can't quite get it. Mazkumi ends it out, and OUN take this pistol with 2 men to spare.
Well played, and the trades there, even though they didn't end up checking the back of the site initially, that's okay. As long as they can get swiftly into those trade frags, which they do, then everything will be okay. And Mazkumi, who I think, not a player we talked about necessarily when it was, who we were watching for this matchup. I think Mazkumi what really impressed me about them is how consistent they were, right? You rarely saw Mazkumi making mistakes. It wasn't like they were carrying or anything, but never were they getting outmaneuvered.
No. They kept their head on a swivel, and they kept a level head really good throughout the entire day yesterday. If they can do that again, it would be absolutely beautiful. As the attack looks very spread out, Oyun looks to go up 2-0. An incredibly default push from them, which I love to see, not taking it too quick or too slow on this anti-eco.
You don't want to get too far forward because, it can allow you to walk into potential stacks. You can, if you don't take your time to clear some angles, you can walk into that free gun, by the way, that you mentioned. A little right click to the skull doesn't feel too good. Or, in this case, it's Dutch, who's hanging out at Wine. And about to have a couple of players to shoot at with this Sheriff, but it's actually gotten out of that area. A rotation back instead for Oyun to the B site.
Site has a very one-sided attack on it, considering that Toon is the only one that can deny access from the site. The Jet looks to run in. Koji is stranded in Boathouse, and this does not look very good for the defense as down goes Vague with the Outlaw. Koji's a little bit better with it. There's a double kill for them, but then they finally go down. Same with Falcon as well as Dutch. And Flick will plant this out. Oyun with another very convincing round.
That one, you're up against pistols, so you would expect it to be convincing, but it's a matter of just ensuring that nothing goes too wrong, nothing goes crazy, and that is what happens for Oyun. Loving to see what they have to offer, but now it's time for WKNK to get in business. They got rifles back in their hands, and I want to see, especially with this double duelist, Tucker, I want to see if they get into some sort of aggressive position, take some space, and it looks like both the duelists are over towards A.
They are chilling out, playing a much more one-sided approach to this defense, and I think they know exactly what Oyun wants to do. But the question is, do you actually? You might think you do, but do you actually? At the moment, it looks like they actually do because it is a favoring A attack for the Oyun offense. A couple of whiffs come out, but they are able to take down Falcon. Close range, Dutch grabs one, but not enough to get the second, and Mazkumi takes one on the other side of the map. It's yet again another unequal fight going into this post plant favoring Oyun. It has to be Toon, and it has to be that KJ to get this out.
And it's on a bonus as well, so the lesser weaponry finding the victory thus far. Pretty good crossfire set. Sigmund up top on a high-low angle. They're going to swing on contact here with Sigmund, but Sigmund gets felled, and actually the swing doesn't come in, so a little bit of a mistake there. Coming through, Mazkumi, not Flick. Flick gets a chance at the first shot. As they drop, Mazkumi will deliver.
There it is. There's what we were talking about. Mazkumi is rarely flashy, but they're always there when you need them to be. That is the Oyun style of play. Of course, you have Sigmund, who is incredibly flashy as a player, but you also got guys like Mind and Mazkumi who are there. They are the rocks, and by goodness, you might as well give them the diamond roll because pressure makes diamonds, and I don't see any coal in sight.
And unfortunately, this puts WKNK on the back foot for sure. They've got a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket as the loss bonus starts to accrue, but it's still not great. It's still pistols and Vague. The first time getting a forward position out towards A. I was thinking about doing this previously, but ended up meeting a boatload of players instead. And it's similar story as the previous anti-eco round for Oyun. Look at how passive their approach is. The spike, it's not even in anyone's hands. Vague, though, take a first shot. Toon gets away with another. Vague's coming back. Gotta get these shots, and nobody's connecting for Oyun.
No, the Sheriff just might be better. 1 versus 4. This is likely an L for OU in the first one of the map. And there it is, the big thrifty badge. Toon stepping up in a big, big way for WKNK. There we see them finally on the board. OU playing a little bit too hot-headed, and they get kicked for it.
I don't even know if they were being too hot-headed. It genuinely just felt like, just a little bit of a space for Vague to work. That turns into a first frag, and nice little bait angle, allowing Toon the first kill, and then he just continues to connect.
Round 5 coming up. Oh. Bad look. Bad look. 4 versus 3 already, and this is starting to look really dicey for Oyun.
And certainly in this round, not looking good. Blades have been activated. Not even necessary, though, to be honest, as man advantage still firmly in the hands of WKNK. Escape is possible with the Shrouded Step. With that, the Roomba will at least collect a little bit more information that Mind is still hanging out in B main. But nonetheless, rotations are occurring. Spreading back out are the defense of WKNK. And so Oyun, if they play their cards right, they do still have a reasonable chance at this round with 45 seconds left.
Sure, considering how Omen and the Rays are pretty stretched out, they've got a pretty good chance if they can get this timing right and they can land their shots. As if that cyber cage goes up when they try to push, it should be wrapped, but no, they decide to go back. They want to double dip, Vincent. They want to try their hand at B main. There's only 23 seconds to go. They have to go now.
Out of the wire. Vague down to the headshot. It's going to get the first. Blades will get both of the final members. It's 4 for Vague. And there's that Jet, that duelist that we were talking about, asking the questions. It's absolutely fantastic if you can pull off the double duelist. Well, they have the duelist to do it.
They absolutely did. And looky at the economy of Oyun. It's starting to dwindle a little bit. They have enough to get a somewhat competitive buy throughout this round, but I mean, they've only got 1 Vandal. They have a Guardian to support, and then the rest are not great. The Sheriff is okay. The Stinger is good in close range, but unless you can get these into these situations, you're probably going to struggle.
They're not being very shy about this engagement. Up through market is Sigmund, who's going to go down. The Blades ineffective at that moment. Vague grab another one. Adjustment from Koji. There's still much to play for here. As Not Flick will grab one back. It's still up to 1 member. That's Mizkumi. Trying to deliver to 1v1 in this map, but this one's going to be too much to ask. Vague another triple kill and walking away with 3K off the back of his 4K last round.
It was unfortunate for that little Silva. They had the paint shells going. They didn't have any way to get away. So whether it was the paint shells that got it or the Jet that got it, it was going to be a 1 round for WKNK either way. But now they are completely tied up. Hopefully for Oyun, they can come off of that eco round and maybe turn this into another dub, because they were, of course, ecoing that last round. They didn't have as good of stuff, and they got a couple of kills for it as well. So not all is lost off of that last round. Of course, you would have wanted to get a dub off of it and extend your lead, but that's not the case, and you cannot change the past.
Can change the future, and the future's looking bright here for WKNK, though maybe that bright spot has been darkened just a little bit via the dark cover. Mind able to grab 2 kills on the aggression denied for the defense. Kumi will get the spike down, and this post plant is, I mean, it's not done, but you're going to have to maybe invest some utility, some of these ultimates if they want to get back into it.
Vague peeks out, takes a bit of damage. The shot does not land. And they have the lockdown available. They also have a Hunter's Fury on this retake, but is it worth it in the 3 versus 5? I think not, because even if you use it, you're still likely to lose this round, and Sigmund just solidifies that. Vague gets one to go, but I think that's got to be it. You have the operator. You do not want to give OU the operator if you do not have to, but I don't think they have a choice, as Solid has the shot but is not able to land it, and Vague will get away. This will go down as a save for the WKNK side, but Koji's not able to get away. They're only able to save the op.
Well, it is the most important weapon, you know,
true.
expense-wise. And, I mean, hey, look, in the hands of Vague, we've seen what Vague's already been able to do. I'd call that an important one to get away with. That being said, Mind, talking about a guy we discussed in the pre-show, this is where I think, see their impact felt. That's just a double kill. Multiple times we've seen some aggression out towards the A site, and it's found some success for the defense of WKNK. This time, Mind in position to stop it entirely.
0 point goes out, and the presence is detected. Falcon, they know where he is, at least in the general area, and Falcon going to relocate off of that. I really like this mid-aggression from this attack. So much pressure put near mid. They know exactly where they want to go. Falcon decides to double dip back at mid, and they're able to get that frag. I don't know if they know that Vague is there. Vague completely misses. Unbelievable, and that's B-side given up completely. Toon looks to at least hold off for a little bit longer with the Hunter's Fury, but that's all they have, and that's all she wrote. The retake has to come in.
Honestly, Toon, a little bit preemptive with that Hunter's Fury. Ends up getting a kill, but doesn't deny the plant, so it wasn't even time for that to come through.
Oh, look at the flank. Look at the flank.
Yeah, this is... should have been done and dusted, but Mind with a rare whiff, a massive adjustment required, and doesn't go forward. It's Toon to get another. Gonna need the final frag of this round, though, from the back of Boathouse. Gets the reload off, pushes, and Mazkumi delivers. Once again, a 1v1 for the ever-present Mazkumi on this Ayun squad.
Great stuff. Mind, we're not going to talk about it. You know? We're not going to talk about it. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. Everybody's done it. I know you've done it. I know I've done it. Everybody in chat has probably done it at least once, so that's okay. The round still ends in a dub. WKNK let this one slip away. They were given a fortunate opportunity off of the missed flank. However, they weren't able to finish it out. They got to a 1-versus-1, but however, that Sova was just a little bit better on it. So now they're starting to pick things up in a major, major way. They've got 2 in a row. See if they can continue this up, as look at how far Falcon's going.
Well, it's not just that. It's the recon bolt that showed 3 players here just a moment ago. Did we not flick to get the first shot? It's a trade, and apparently that's going to be all good for the defense of WKNK. They're down to allow that to be the case, and then they evacuate the place. A site relatively open for business. There's still utility waiting there, but not before the attackers can get onto site and get into position. Play up against this retake. There's a Hunter's Fury, and that can be a counter to what I think we're about to see is the lockdown.
Here comes out, and that's going to be the denial. Vague runs through it. They don't check the angle. Vague!
No!
Are you kidding me? Vague has been so consistent the entire game so far, and they just whiffed the easiest shot we have seen of the entire map, and that is another round for Oyun. And man, oh man, that's another one.
And I don't even know if you could call it like a whiff. He just thought he killed him. He just thought he had the kill. He thought he had it, and instead it just didn't connect. So he turned away, and props to not Flick for being able to get back in there and be so quick with the reaction. Was looking the other direction, but still 6-3. Things starting to fall apart a little bit here. 3 rounds in a row, thanks to, I mean, one guy by the name of Vague. Really dominated, had a triple kill, a quad kill in that. Now, Oyun finding their footing once again.
Look to push up through tree. Dutch can't land any shots. Eye solid. Doing it again. Pushing through, the shorty's good for one. Sigmund goes down as the jet battle, one out by the defense yet again. Pushing through, Falcon is able to get one, but only one. Vague is still a problem on site with this shorty. It is a 1 versus 2. At the moment, they pop out the Blade Storm. It completely misses, but Toon's shot in the back. And just like that, WKNK is able to get back in the winner's column. That should stop the streak of Yoyun for now, but they need to finish out. I don't think they can afford to go into halftime anything less than 6-6.
Well, we shall see. I don't know what the attack side for WKNK looks like just yet, but what I do know is that picking up an advantage on the attack side of Ascent does typically mean a lot of positive things. It's just one round away from finding that in particular for Oyun. They're going to go back, essentially a repeat of the same strategy as we saw last round.
Which comes out, the paint shells should do a lot of damage. Yes, they're going to actually get a kill onto Solid. It's a complete trade, 1 for 1. The KO for the Rays. Oh, a huge whiff from Vague, and Dutch goes down as well. A big flick from Mind, and yet again, the side flip flops, and the site is completely given over. And Oyun should have a 7th round in the bag. All they got to do is not let this Sova and KJ get this clutch up. But Mind is looking so aggressive. That dark cover is about to go down, and it's an easy headshot for them. And Koji left in the unwinnable situation.
I mean, at this point, it feels like you barely even should go for it, considering how monumental that task would have been. But the attempt falters, and a 7th round on the board for Oyun. It's 3 ultimates, though. There is that. Not the best of weaponry on a couple of players, but I saw an operator. There's vandals on others. It's not all bad for WKNK. They don't get out of this one unscathed, but they do find a way to have some serious impact in this round with the weaponry that they have, and that showstopper.
I think they're going to have to rely on that op. Those first engagements from Falcon have to be perfect if they want to somehow find a way to get this round back. And the first one is good. It's Vague on the op, taking down iSolid. And there's the Cloudburst. Shots coming out. Koji has to fall back. Paranoia. And this might be the end of their life. Down goes the door. Koji ring around the Rosie, not able to get away. And there's the neural theft. Big piece of information given over. Showstopper's only good for 1. Dutch gets taken down. Vague has yet another kill, slided away in the back pocket. And down goes Vague, and also Toon. Mind gets a 3K to end the half.
It's 2 3Ks in a row to complete the half of the first half rather of this one on Ascent for Mind. Fantastic to see them just jumping into the action and finding such a dominant couple of rounds, living up to the hype that we gave to him when it came to getting them back and into that Lotus game yesterday. Pistol round is coming up. 8-4, it's not the worst. It isn't great, but it's not terrible either. I think that at the moment, there is a chance to see WKNK just bring this back quickly as it fell away.
I think the word to describe this for WKNK would be bad but manageable. Like you said, it's not good, but it's also not terrible. 9-3 or less would be terrible, but I think this is bad, but it's definitely manageable. As the first couple of engages come out, mainly it's just the one over at A. Mind has the reach frag onto Vague, and look at Sigmund, close range with the Frenzy, too good. Pretty cheap weapon, but hey, it can do a bit of damage if you know exactly where you need to be. Headshot from the Sheriff, and that swings the momentum right back in WKNK's favor. But on the other side, Mazkumi takes down the Sentinel. Now a site has to be in the running, but look at Flick playing perfect placement. Double kill! And pistol round goes to Oyun. And Vincent, I think now I'm going to say we're starting to reach that terrible threshold. Things are getting out of hand.
It's getting dicey, that's for sure. I mean, 2 pistol rounds as well in the same game is always going to be a positive for Oyun. But I'm wondering if there's going to be any crazy force buying attempts. No, not for this one. WKNK will keep it reasonable. They'll stay grouped. And over towards the A site as well. Remember that Sheriff in the last round, it was good. There's a bunch of them now. Dutch is the one to deliver. Flash gets so much damage onto so many players, but doesn't get a kill. That's devastating for Esaad. 1 shot and 1 kill for Sigmund.
As well as another one there with the Outlaw, and I know that KO did not get a kill with it, but I mean, that damage is not going to go to waste, as there is already a couple of kills with Not Flick from the backside, getting a double, leaving it all up to Dutch, and Dutch does not have a plan to get out of this one. That's double digits. Oyun looks so good.
And Oyun looked great when it comes to that recovery. I mean, this round could have gone so much worse. They lost both of the individual players on the site. They ended up getting nothing, actually. Neither pick up a frag. And so it's a 5-on-3 once they get to the site. The post plant activates at that number disadvantage, and yet Oyun were so quick to get back in. They didn't allow for WKNK to even get into post plant scenarios. They were just taking fights as soon as the spike was going down, and so that is fantastic to see. Understanding there from Oyun to just get up in front of the post plant, understanding the numbers disadvantage would have been a problem.
10-4, and I think this is where we start to use the term must-win rounds, because this is the bonus round. If you lose this round off of losing the first 2, then things are getting really dicey. We've known dicey, but this is a level of dicey that we are not familiar with. So WKNK has to find a way to make this one happen.
Well, first person they're going to have to deal with is Sigmund. I mean, this is ambitious to say the least, but yeah, as that smoke fades, scoped in, wrong place. Mind, very committed angle. There's still one more player here. They don't know. The flash does the damage, but it's just not enough. The Sheriff doesn't connect. Not Flick is not looking towards Dutch, who's had a explosive start to the second half.
They have 1 versus 3. The question is, do you save? I think maybe you have full health. You also only have an Ares, though, which is a pretty cheap gun. Maybe try to get 1, but don't go too far into it. But it's not even going to matter, as Dutch gets the 4K in the back pocket. Bonus round is 1 for them. And goodness, they needed it.
That they did. It's a next step, though, coming up for Oyun. And that's in a couple of different ways, right? I mean, you mentioned that that's a bonus round, and it all starts with Sigmund going down, thanks to being a bit too overzealous with the Outlaw. It's not going to be the case this round. Sigmund postured over towards mid. The first time in the half, we're going to see that mid control get activated very early.
Comes the push over to A site one more time. Leading out the charge is the Sova, or leading out the charge is actually the Rays with that paint shell. And it looks like they're just going to forfeit site. They don't want to try to contest this. They are very comfortable playing for this retake. As we go into a 5 versus 5 retake, full health for everybody on Oyun. Cannot say the same about the WKNK side. A couple of shots through the wall, and that puts down the Omen, falling into below heaven. Everybody on the WKNK side is forced into that spot. They're super split up, and I honestly like Oyun's chances.
Well, they're going to try and clear it out. 2 underneath heaven. Koji out in the open. Mind will get the first. It's Mind to continue. He's going to need the clutch. Vague up and through. It's the half. Tap once again off of that spike, and there's not enough time left in their pocket. Vague for the 3K will go down to the spike, but will stay in the running as the 6th round goes to WKNK. All of that starts with some fantastic defense of Falcon in tree. Stalled out so much time. Esaad ends up going down, and it ultimately, it does get traded, but it just isn't fast enough. Big props to Falcon, who bought a ton of time.
2 in a row for WKNK, and it pushes Oyun back into the eco land. As it's a lot of Buckies, it's a lot of Sheriffs as well. Not looking too good for Oyun. It's not looking great for WKNK either, but it's definitely looking a little bit better. Sigmund and Falcon with the standoff of the year. I think they have a hunch that both of them are right there. I like Sigmund's chances in this choice. They push out 1 kill and a lot of damage done to the other. One shot through the wall, or through the smoke, and they don't know that Not Flick is still there, though. This has a lot of potential if they don't clear it out. Why would 2 players be at the same spot? As it's so close, yet so far.
Falling back out of this, though. Pushed up mid. Oh, the adjustments, they are there. Toon clears out 1. Maskumi down. Mind will follow. This is great awareness. Keeping it very good.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a miscue. Misplay. Losing out on the Hunter series is going to hurt you. At least you've kept everybody but 1 alive on this anti-eco. That'll make it a little better.
That's so unfortunate. Just a bit of overheating. Toon gets the flick and accidentally pops the Hunter's Fury. That one is a tragedy to see. And Oyun, they got off to such a hot start. And I don't want to say it, but I'm seeing a bit of a pattern here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as extreme.
Not quite as extreme, but
no.
I mean, 10-2, 10-4.
It does indeed seem a little bit different, though. The difference in dominance certainly is something to be speaking of. Lots of ultimates this round, though. There is that as a positive note for Oyun. WKNK have put together a comeback already. They just need 3 more rounds to equalize it at 10. WKNK's attack will lead them back to Cat.
Solid holding that ever aggressive garden position. As Vey getting a couple of B-hops. 1 kill, 2 kill, nearly the 3rd one for Solid. But that is where they're stopped dead in their tracks. As a shock arrow goes out. Does not quite find its mark. Sigmund has an easy shot onto 1. And there they finally land it. And Koji is the last one left. They've got 1 kill. They've got a 2nd, but the 3rd one evades them. Scoreline 7-11 as Oyun ends their slump.
3-round slump ended in style with Solid picking up that double kill. Maybe, I mean, you got a little too far forward. Tried to go for the 3rd, but those first 2 were beautiful. One after another, dealing with the jet dashing into his face as well. And it doesn't require any of the ultimates they had prepped and ready at the beginning of the round. So now they still have Blade Storm. They still have the potential for that Hunter's Fury. Speaking of a Blade Storm, though, there's one on the attacking side. And with the lacking money, it's a very important piece of utility and ultimate available for WKNK in this all-important round.
Very much so. This is the last round that WKNK will be able to buy up. If they win, they get a little bit more forgiveness. But if they lose, they have to go into the 12th round on at most a force buy, which is not where you want to be. And they know that. They're playing this super passive. They don't want to play too passive, but they also don't want to just push all in and everybody dies right off the spot. As the round matures, they look to favor A just a little bit more. We've seen B site be Cypher's Haven. Out goes the utility, and the push is sure to follow, but the beautiful denial for the null command.
Solid somehow gets away with the frag there. Hunter's Fury goes through. It's team kill. As Kumi ends up with a second at the very least, so that's going to save them a little bit. But as this will expire, it's all up to Mazkumi. 1v3. Trying to tap left and right. A little bit chaotic. Seems to get an idea of this flank coming through from Koji, but Koji is quicker to the shot.
Man, oh man. I don't like blaming rounds off of like one mistake, and I'm not going to blame that round specifically on the mistake, but imagine if Mazkumi did not kill their teammate with the Hunter's Fury. It could have been a really, really good retake off of that, but unfortunately, they just completely missed. It could have been a lapse of judgment. It could have just been a complete whiff off of it. The world may never know, but you can't think too much about it. You just have to roll right off of it, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're calling this timeout here.
Yeah, I mean, whether that's the case or not, getting a little bit of time to talk things over, especially when you have such a clear pathway to victory, right? It's just 2 rounds. You just need to find, look at it this way. Find one gimmick round and then win it against a anti-force buy, right? Things that you can do very easily, especially at this juncture. The money isn't exactly solid yet for the attackers here at WKNK. So, though they do have a showstopper in possession, could absolutely find a way to get grimy, find some space to work with. I don't think that we're going to see a buy, though, which understandable, but a little bit of a surprise, I think, for me, for OU.
Out comes the showstopper. It's good for 1, and Esaad forfeited up. This is completely theirs on the eco round as well. It looks like OU just has to forfeit this one. Best case scenario, they get a couple of extra frags. I don't see a world in which they are able to retake this. They decide to pop the Blade Storm. Okay. Falcon Akai instantly takes them down, but also the suicide with their own paint shells is a tragedy to see.
A little martyrdom right there. Onto themselves. That's a tough pill to swallow, but it's still a pretty much guaranteed round. 3-on-4. Like you mentioned, there's no utility, no weaponry really available. This is everybody getting out there just in time. They want to go down to the spike so that they get maximum cash. And on the exit, Mind will even collect an additional frag.
That definitely helps out. The best case scenario, they were able to get that 1 frag. They didn't lose anybody, but they did unfortunately lose 1. But it's still all right. They get a chance to buy back up. They're not quite full just yet. There is one with still light shields, but it looks a lot better than it did in the last round. And WKNK is really starting to make a bank up. Honestly, WKNK has a huge chance to come back and get this dub.
That scoreline. Making the comeback. Solid. Wants to get a little bit of info. No, just got the 1 on the 0 point. Would have expected a little bit more. It's a lockdown. Come in for the attackers. Haven't really found success. Have WKNK on this. And, the timing from Mind couldn't have been better. But the refrag from Falcon is swift as you like. Solid. Picks up 1. Another one before he goes down. And Not Flick is already there with Mazkumi inside of the smoke. 3-on-2. About to be up to a 12th round for this Oyun squad. And love how they've backed up. Just waiting for the plant to come down. The plant delayed slightly.
Spike planted.
Flank coming in. The door is closed. And again, like this decision from Sigmund. Just going for the rifle instead. Might go back to pick up the operator, but regardless, here they come. Tune ripped his head off. Falcon will get the first. They're going to drop together. Need to deal with them. And yes, the double swing is exactly what was required time aplenty for Maskumi, who's yet another trade frag to close a 1v1 in the success of Oyun. Maskumi has been incredibly stalwart for this team. Been looking so very good.
Match point. It's only one more. Oyun just has to hold out for a little bit longer. They had a major lead going into the half with 8-4, and then they were able to win the pistol and the anti as well. But then tragedy struck. They let a lot of slipping go by, but they have the chance to close this out as soon as it started. It's 12-9. Match point right here, as Sigmund has a huge advantage with the operator, but they are forced back with the recon bolt. Does not help them at all. WKNK yet again playing very default, and Sigmund gets beat on the shot again. Falcon puts WKNK up by 1 in the manpower battle.
The response, though, losing space in one area of the map. They're pushing both extremities at the same time. Mind will trade for Esaad. Gotta connect these shots. Maskumi will do the better of the two. His Mind in the shadows back to Boathouse and doesn't stick it. Interesting.
I thought maybe they thought that they were already on the B site. That might go down as a mistake. Maybe they want to save the Vandal instead, and it was just kind of a late call. I don't know.
There is an opt down somewhere.
It's a lot. That is true. Sigmund had the operator over at mid, but it's so close to the plant that Mind has got to risk his life to find it.
I think it'll be recoverable enough. I think that's it over towards Market at the doorway. And yeah, that'll be cleared out. You can grab that up if he wants to. Wants to be safe to start. I will say that as much as I do like the response to push the extremities of the map and try and find some additional space to work with off the back of losing one gunfight, I think that it was a little bit overkill in this last round coming through from Oyun. They're double pushing both A and B at the same time, and while on paper they can just get the kills, that's great. It also leaves them very exposed if they just can't even find the trades.
I need this.
Double match point. Oyun not quite as good as they looked in the last one. The economy's starting to slip yet again. But all they need to do is win one. This helps them out a lot. Makes things a lot easier when you think about it. But also, they might get hyper-focused on it. As sometimes it's so easy. All you got to do is win one. But you just can't get past that hump. That was a big reason why they let so many rounds slip by last night.
To be fair, I want to shift the focus of this conversation a little bit, too. I do think that, as opposed to this being Oyun letting them back in, this has been a fantastic comeback overall for WKNK, and I think that they deserve a lot of the credit given this situation. So,
For sure.
I'm impressed.
Absolutely. Koji not checking the angle. That gives away a Vandal. And Esaad now has a big chance to make something out of this round. The push going to come in. Mind only has a classic. This looks really awkward for them. And off of the Hunter's Fury they could use. They decide not to. Mind falls back. Dutch gets a kill onto Maskumi. Don't know if they know that Mind is there. Playing it really close. The call comes out. They have one almost, but they're so low. 46 HP is all that Jet will survive with. And Esaad wants to try this. I mean, they got a Vandal. Do they really have to?
I mean, there's money for the next round. Might as well give it your best shot. Has the full kit of utility as well. So the fragment, the flash drives, one of those already put out, and the 0 point as well, still stuck in position. This is a little bit disjointed. Tossing bits and bobs of utility left and right. Here it goes. Oh, not going to be it. Dutch for another frag, picking up their second of the round, if I'm not mistaken. It's down to the wire.
Yet again. Down to the wire yet again. The comeback is on. It has been on, and we are going to round 24 yet again. Oyun on the full buy. Same with WKNK. But the question is, overtime, yes or no? We saw the same thing happen yesterday on Lotus, Oyun versus UFC. That one ended up going into OT, but only for one round. Or only for 2 rounds, rather, one section. Let's see if they can do this again. WKNK has had a fantastic comeback on the helm. One more round, and they push us all the way into extra innings.
Already have a lot of command of the mid area of this map to WKNK. Got pretty much everything that they could want there. It's such a significant stack for Oyun towards the A site of this map. And as the time ticks down, they're going to evacuate that stack. Not quite leave everybody off of the A site, but they're going to start creeping back towards B, trying to gather back some mid control. The dark cover comes out in response to the jump spot. So with that, Oyun putting themselves 2 towards the B site now. It will be a B site hit by the look of things. Hunter's Fury and Showstopper for this potential hit.
I think Flick caught them with the spy cam dart.
30 seconds left.
You push all the way as out comes the utility. Through the wall is Flick. However, down goes Solid, and the null command gets completely evaporated as Mine pushes out. It's close. They've got the shot straight to the head. They're going to get this res off. This is going to be a one-man advantage, as there it is. Peeking out, headshot not found from Falcon, and there goes Falcon down. Eye Solid, really good look. Koji pushed back. Sigmund takes down Dutch, forced into the corner, and all they got to do is take their time. They've got one, but Sigmund ends us out. And every single round in regulation is used, but Oyun stays perfect.
And that is, for the first time, a WKNK understanding what a map loss looks like in this tournament. Down to that wire, and I mean, again, WKNK making a phenomenal comeback. They really impressed me when it came to how consistently they were bringing that back. Dutch especially had a lot to provide, but you know what? The reality is that they kept it calm. Oyun, they played their own game. They didn't get too far ahead of themselves, and they didn't get distracted. Like you said, sometimes can happen. They were ready, and I think that they consistently put themselves in positions to win those rounds. A lot of the time it was WKNK making the plays. Finally, they found themselves a space to work with on the B site.
Finally got one. The retake was good. The positioning was good, and the shots were even better. Sigmund getting that last frag to end it out. And I feel like we got to talk about Vague just a little bit. If you saw at the end on that scoreboard overlay that Vague was the top dog despite being on the losing team. Vague, incredible player, incredibly mechanically talented. The aim on that guy is kind of crazy, so definitely watch out for him going into this second matchup, or the second map of the matchup, rather, because they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
No doubt about it. I mean, I think that as impressive as Vague was, just to put it into context, numbers-wise, had 10 more frags than anyone else in the server. That's how dominant that they were. But as good as that was, I felt like they were a little hot and cold, right? It was amazing, triple kill, 4K type of rounds. And then you'd have a situation where there would be that one frag that you needed to hit that didn't quite go their way. So just a little bit more consistency required, as crazy as that is to say. I think for WKNK, and specifically, I think for that double duelist composition, if you're going to be playing that double duelist, you have to see a little bit more. But that's just me. Regardless, I think an impressive showing, and especially when you consider this is Oyun's map pick.
Yeah, for sure. Lotus should hopefully be better for WKNK, and it has to be theirs if they want to extend this series on to map 3 and then send us to a grand finals. But that has to wait until after this break. Don't go anywhere because we have more Valorant Oyun versus WKNK Map 2 coming up after this.
up. Ganja smoking, me got rum in me cup. Bad gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor.
Let's get it.
But I
right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
up. Ganja smoking, they got rum in me cup. Bad gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love.
And welcome back to the Dubai Police Valorant Tournament Ramadan Edition. We still have our semifinal going out and ready at you. We just got done with Ascent, which was map 1. Oyun took it 13-11, and we're about to jump into map 2, which is Lotus.
Yeah, and we saw Oyun yesterday on this map. They dominated their defensive side, couldn't quite close when it came to the attack, and I'm looking to see if they can make a little bit of a better splash when it comes to this one. The interesting thing here is that WKNK, knowing that fact, they ended up bringing us to Lotus anyway. So going to be interesting. Going to be interesting to see if WKNK can answer the call. As we jump into the agent select, there's one player that I think you and I both agreed on needs to be at their best, and that's got to be Vague.
For sure. They were not necessarily the diamond in the rough, but they were the diamond among the subpar gyms. Because there was a lot of really good players on the side and a lot of really flashy plays on the side of WKNK, but Vague was 1.5 steps above everybody else in the entire lobby. So, like I said, there are five really good players on the WKNK side, but Vague is something else.
I mean, drop 27 in that opening matchup on Ascent. So absolutely was there to play. We're going to see that Gecko, same as we saw just yesterday. It'll be a Cypher, actually, which is very rarely seen on Lotus. And I think even more rare is to see a Breach over both a Gecko and a Sky. Not that it's bad, it is just a little crazy to see that alongside Double Duelist. So, sticking with what the plan is.
Sticking with the NOU starting on the defense, which statistically is not good for them, but what we saw last night shows that, you know, it doesn't really matter. Oyun has a really good Lotus defense, as there we see 1-for-1. Vague early gets one, but is taken off of the board. That can only help out Oyun quite a bit, as another shot lands, but it doesn't quite find the kill. Akai, though, gives us the advantage going forward for WKNK.
Skumi just not able to escape there. That would have been ideal. Dizzy sent up and out. HP is low on now 2 of these remaining 3 attackers. And iSolid's about to be walking through. Can't connect the shots initially, but iSolid goes down, and with Dutch and Koji collecting frags apiece, their HP doesn't matter. It's a round in business here for WKNK.
Really solid hold by Oyun, but WKNK was able to break it down over time, and eventually things got out of their control. A 1 versus 2 was how it ended. Now the WKNK grabs up all the money that they can, and they buy up in a very heavy way. 4 Bulldogs and Heavies with Vague chilling on the hero buy of Vandal and Light Shields, which, I mean, you cannot blame them. They have been the guy for WKNK, so it makes all the sense in the world to get up with that hero buy, as the first kill comes over near the C site over to Toon.
Look at how quickly the response has come. Push out towards B. That's Vague actually going to take out Not Flick. And as soon as they hear and see that shot come through onto the B player, it's an immediate rotate the other direction. These poor guys on Oyun have been rotating the entire round, and they haven't actually been in position to do anything, as they just individually take one fight, then another. And they're not going to be in position once again. The majority of the attack actually outside of C. The spike is elsewhere. Koji should be able to grab that back up and apply the pressure. Sigmund on a Bucky. I do love this Bucky. This is a beautiful Bucky.
There.
It's good. And you know what they say, skins do equal wins. Let's see if that rings true for Sigmund. Good shot. Not enough to get the kill, but the second one is still very dangerous, and the paint shell is going to delay this push. Sigmund should be able to get out scot-free. 58 HP still left, as the retake has got to come in. There we see a bit more utility coming out. The fault line getting pushed out and activated, but Dutch has a double kill in the back pocket, leaving it all up to Mind in the 1 versus 4. They've got a Sheriff, the big iron on this hip, but this hip is not there anymore. Koji has the headshot, and that's another round for WKNK.
2 in a row, and a pistol round victory leading into the anti-eco, clearly going their way. The Bucky investment does net a frag. That's about it.
Take what you can get.
Yeah, big weapon round coming up. Not Flick on just a Guardian. There's actually a couple of Guardians out, actually, for the Oyun squad. But they're going to go back to business. This aggressive rubble and root control has been their modus operandi. They're going to keep it going. The trading of dark covers, but nobody actually making contact just yet that direction.
Very A-side favored push for WKNK so far. But as we progress, it looks to be more B-side, as Dutch should get this plan off with very little resistance. And on this bonus round, I gotta feel this favors out Oyun just a little bit, considering they have the better weaponry. But this is also a lot closer of a fight than Oyun might want. And it absolutely shows. Solid is finally able to even things up, but it looks really dicey for quite a while there. They are eventually able to end out this round, able to keep 3 left alive, but the start of this round, it looks like they were not going to be stopped. But Oyun did that successfully, and they figured out how to stop them.
Yeah, that B site, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but, you know, just to kind of reiterate, it's so simple to get onto the site itself most of the time, but hanging on to that control, you know, getting into a post point where you aren't going to be retaken as, with the same ease, it's a tough strategy to make work, and Esaad doing a great job of finding success, even despite that aftershock initially finding a kill. Not something you see all the time, but not able to re-enter thanks to that aftershock.
2-1 with Oyun having a 3-man advantage going into the end of that last round. A couple of really good shots from Vay. Catches the head. Looks really good way to start off for WKNK. They peek out. Vig has a shot onto Mazkumi, but it does not quite land. A-site completely wide open. They just have to run onto it. And now Oyun knows that as they start to balance out their push. They know everybody on WKNK is over at the east side of this map. So they adjust to it.
Yeah, they've gotten in very quickly. So if WKNK don't reroute, they are going to be in some potential trouble. And that's exactly the trouble I'm thinking of. Mazkumi taking a fight, out and in, not Flick, can't get anything done though. The mosh pit's gonna go forward, and the shots connect. It's Mazkumi, the breach, on a triple kill. 1v2 now for Esaad. Isolates the first, watch the second, goes back for more, but through the box, it's Vague who's done the damage. 3 rounds now for WKNK as they collect.
You're not beating Vague in a 1v1. I think it's safe to say anybody else in the lobby versus Vague in a 1v1, I think Vague wins it at least, absolute least 8 times out of 10. Vague is just that good. And through the box, it doesn't matter. For a second, I thought they were not going to secure that out. I thought OU was going to steal that round away. But all of a sudden, Phantom Bullet through the box, straight through. And it wins that round for WKNK again.
This puts a bit of a kibosh on the run that I think that Oyun was hoping to start. They would have had Thrash ready to go. Instead, they're on a lesser buy, a lesser investment. It's back to business as usual. This more defaulty setup with presence everywhere across the map. It's not Flick gonna go down. It's not the prettiest of shots, but Vague. Just 1 bullet left. Like this reaggression. Sigmund with a nice shot. That's a headshot even on a jumping Vague. Not much more to be found. It's just the Gecko. A long way away from any chance at a retake to the C site, which is where the spike will eventually go.
They know where mine is, so they just plant as far away as possible. With just the Outlaw, this is likely a lost round for Oyun yet again. Unless they get crazy lucky, get a double kill with the Outlaw, this one's over. You typically don't want scoped weapons going into a 1vx clutch. Anything more than 2 is pretty much a reach, so this one likely a wash for Oyun. They're going to get 1, but the next one will not be it. Koji has the shot, and thus stranding the Outlaw.
Defense not off to that swinging start that we saw at one point yesterday for Oyun. It's instead a slower move, and look at this. 5 ultimates ready to go here for the attack side of WKNK. I told you during that lengthy break that we had that I got a feeling that this might be a 3-map series. You know, it's just a vibe I'm getting. Not a guarantee, but 5 ultimates this round seems like a likely way to bring a victory and find a 5th round.
Gotta see him. It definitely seems like that at the start, but also we are only 5 rounds in. We don't want to jump the gun on predictions just yet, but I definitely agree with you. WKNK looks very, and I mean incredibly convinced that they are going to send this to map 3, as there we see 2 of the 5 ultimates used already. Not quite finding any kills, but it clears up so much space, and sometimes space is even better than a kill. And this might be that case, considering out goes the Roomba. Almost everybody gets spotted. Sigmund has to get killed. Mind somehow grabs another one. It's still the 1-man advantage for Oyun, but the position looks solid for WKNK.
They really have to deal with not Flick, though, and they're going to take this fight. At least Falcon is right into their favor. Koji on the other side. They both take individual duels, and they win them all 3. Incredible moment for a 5th round on the board. Oh my goodness. I feel like we're watching a little bit of a different WKNK at the moment. They were not ever playing with this confidence when it came to Ascent.
No, definitely not. WKNK has maximum level of confidence. As I do get what you're saying on Ascent. It felt like they were out of their comfort zone just a little bit, but this time, not at all. They are cool, they are calm, they are collected, they are everything that you need to be successful in the game of Valorant, and it absolutely shows. And this does mean that this is their map pick, of course, but I mean, you should be confident on Ascent. Like, it's the map everyone knows how to play. It's just odd to me.
I mean, this is their map pick. Let's
for sure
keep that in mind as well. Big, taking a ton of space, just absolutely running through this site. The smoke fades. Unsolid will fall. Rotations are coming, but I mean, neural theft gives the information away, precisely the timing and the positioning of these joining defensive members. Trying to overwhelm with numbers. Maskumi's at least going to get one. The flank from Not Flick is dispatched. And there's nothing further really to be done. The entirety of this retake stymied. There's just a free Vandal on the ground at least. But Mind is still going to stick his nose in here. Try as he might. Try and get at least an exit kill. But maybe more.
It's the point of no return for the ult, for the spike to plant. Spike to fuse, not the spike to plant. And that's going to be another round for WKNK, already halfway to match point, and I think you're right, might try to find one exit frag. Somebody might get a little overzealous, but no. They stay exactly where they are, and Oyun calls a timeout. I think this is the right call. You could have called this maybe one round earlier, but I think you could definitely get away with this. So we're in the second half of the first half. We are now over that hump. We're past the peak. It's only down this big hill from here on out. And I gotta feel like Oyun has to figure out a way to put up at least a competitive side. If they go into halftime with 7-5 or 8-4, maybe even on 9-3, I think you can get away with that realistically on Lotus. I think that's okay, but it has to start somewhere. I feel like they have to win this game, or at least this round, or one of the next in the next 2 or 3.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a must situation. I do think that it is an unfortunate situation for them where they are just getting absolutely gobsmacked. There's just nothing that they can do at the moment, and obviously that's got to be found. They got to find a solution. Excuse me. What that solution looks like, I think that honestly, I'd like to see them. They tried to take some A control a lot. That didn't work out so well. They could go back to that, especially with an operator in the hands of one of these players. Hopefully this we get time. Yeah, okay. We got a little bit of a pause, thankfully, just at the very last moment. But yeah. I think everybody on the Oyun is DC'd, unfortunately.
So since we are going to have a bit more time to talk about it, I will kind of want your input as to what Oyun can do differently. We saw them go crazy on the first time they went here last night. They put up 10 rounds on defense, and going into round 8, the best case scenario for them is 6-6, but they're going to have to fight through this somewhat slash half eco round. So what do you think they can do to try to push back and try to salvage this half and make themselves a somewhat competitor in the second?
Well, this won't be an eco round. This will be a buy round. But
you're right. You're right.
Big thing to do. I think get this op activated. Get Sigmund into the game has been. Quiet's the wrong word. It's so early, and the whole team's been getting rolled. It's not about Sigmund in particular, but getting Sigmund activated, I think, is number one priority, especially with that operator in his hands. It'll be a matter of finding space to work with. And, they've tried to get aggressive out towards A. That's what I was saying before. Wouldn't mind to see them switch it up, go towards the C site, and try to get mound control. One of those two areas, though, is imperative to have on the defensive side of Lotus, because otherwise you don't have enough time to make the rotations. You essentially let yourself play too passively. You're going to be in trouble. So as much as some of the aggression wasn't working, they need to continue to put on that pressure.
You notice there's a lot of ultimates at the ready for Oyun. Considering there's the Rolling Thunder, the Lockdown, as well as from the Shadows on the Omen. So hopefully that is a key that they can use to try to unlock some of their potential. We haven't seen too many ultimates come out from Oyun. Rather, they haven't really been activated as best as they could either, which is unfortunate due to either A, bad luck, or B, bad timing. But I definitely agree with Sigmund getting involved a little bit more, getting the operator involved, mainly not just Sigmund, but that operator. Because the op is, of course, the most explosive weapon in the game. It can do things that no other weapon can do. So if Sigmund can start to open up and start maybe getting a little closer to that, even Steven, KD, at the moment they're 2-7, which is not great, but it is definitely not unmanageable just yet because, like we said, it is still very early in this game. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. But I also kind of want to see Gecko. I kind of want to see the Thrashes being used a lot more. We've only seen it once. I know it's the ultimate, but it's not as hard to get to it. And the last time we did see the Thrash get activated, it kind of stunned themselves, which was funny to watch, but not as good of a use as it could have been. So I would like to see better ult usage on the Oyun side. That goes for pretty much everybody, but mainly mine, because despite Gecko being kind of an awkward pick, that Thrash is really good.
Yeah, especially the AoE for the Thrash. Like, it's one thing.
Sure.
It's one thing when it's just you can get somebody locked in, but the fact that you can catch multiple players and you don't have to be, I'm gonna say accurate, even though that's like maybe a weird word for Thrash, but you don't have to be quite as accurate. You have some leeway to work with. I think that's fantastic. It helps you to get that value out of it. By the way, update: we just got told that there is a networking issue currently at the venue, so we should be getting things resolved sooner rather than later. I think Vague is the only one who's still got like crazy high ping, so as soon as we get that figured out, we'll be ready to rock back into this thing. I guess Oyun biting off a little bit more than they could chew with this timeout. You know, they didn't think that they'd be getting a long one like this.
I mean, use it if you got it. This might go as a blessing in disguise for Oyun, because being 100% real, the momentum of WKNK might not be derailed, but it's definitely going to take a stop at the station for a little bit more than what they might have wanted. So Oyun can definitely work off of this. They've got to try to keep themselves in the game, because when you have a delay like this, it messes with you. It gets inside your skin, especially if you've won 4 rounds in a row and also 6 out of the last 7 rounds. So yeah. Best case scenario, WKK is able to come back from it like nothing even happened, but I struggle to see a world in which that happens.
It can be a momentum killer, and it sucks because there's nothing you can do about it. That stuff kind of happens sometimes, and that's unfortunate. But it can absolutely. I mean, I've seen it a million times before, right? You come into a game, you're doing well, and then just something interrupts the flow, and when you come back, it's just not quite the same. Not quite what it was previously, which is so frustrating. But by the way, Sigmund is currently looking over towards the A site, so I think they're gonna go back for this this early rubble control, early route control that they've been working towards on most of the gun rounds. In fact, I think all the gun rounds they've been at least tentatively over there, but it's never really firmly been in their favor. I mean, we had that engagement where it was a 1-for-1, and then Maskumi couldn't get out in another round, couldn't escape to the B link, which is really unfortunate. I've never actually seen anybody get caught like that on the door. What do you call the doors that you shoot? I don't even know what to call them.
I usually just say the breakable door.
Yeah, I know.
I know what you're talking about. Like the one that connects A and B, the link.
Yeah, exactly.
I usually just call it the breakable door because you shoot it and it breaks. It's breakable.
That is
Pretty
hey,
simple.
keep
but
it simple.
It gets the point across.
Yeah, either way, got caught there, which I don't think I've actually seen happen almost ever. But we are still not seeing Vague come back here, unfortunately. I've seen their monitor is off.
Well, we got soon. We got soon. We have a bit of an update, so hopefully we can get back into this as soon as possible. But I think we're starting to make a bit of progress. The network error is starting to go away, hopefully. We can get back into this because nobody wants to see the tech issues happen. Everybody wants to see it fixed as quick as possible. And I just saw in the chat, it looks like we're doing a bit of monitor swapping. Hopefully this will fix things and get everything back online because we want to get this through. We want to send us into our map 2. It has been such an electric one, and we do not want to delay it any longer because I thought that Oyun had a really good chance to do what they did yesterday on this map, and all of a sudden that didn't happen. Much to my surprise, this is a 6-1 ball game for WKNK, and I'm going to be 100% and 150% honest. I did not expect it.
I didn't expect this domination, but it looks like we have some further unexpected delays here as well. So we're going to take a little bit of a brief pause. I think we're getting a monitor swapped up. That's what I understood. So whilst that happens, we're going to take a quick break here, let you listen to some tunes, some music whilst you wait. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back to the Dubai Police Valorant Esports Tournament, Ramadan edition. We are past the technical difficulties and we are ready to go. Oyun versus WNK. Just came off of a pretty extended timeout. Well, the timeout was only supposed to be for a minute, but it ended up being a little bit longer. But I'm sure Oyun will not complain. Four versus four early on. Okay, NK grabs one and gets one. The defender lockdown does help out a little bit. Don't think it detained anyone though. Nice shot from Flick, but it's instantly given back over. It's still a 3 versus 3, evened up as this Rolling Thunder comes out. Really nice kill from Akai, but we get another one off the trade.
Oh, dodge, lining him up, knocking him down. I definitely wasn't muted, definitely not. Whilst I was trolling, we saw a pretty crazy take towards B. It pulls out a ton of utility. The lockdown in particular getting pulled out, and the rotation over to the C site ends up working out in spades for WKNK. Now up to 7, seemingly stopping right where they left off. That was a gun round, by the way, Tucker. That was a gun round.
I feel like Oyun had to have that one, but they just didn't. WKNK was a little bit better throughout it, and they got it with 2 men to spare. Things are looking really, really good for them. Despite the 20-minute delay, they are still looking good. They are looking as momentum heavy as ever.
They are, and well, this round, not as much expectation-wise. There's still weaponry of sorts. The extra money in the back pocket of Oyun, but majority of the play about to be towards the C site. It's Vague dashing forward. Koji watching, waiting, and looking. It's just barely unable to find that connection on the Bucky with Sigmund. The post plant gets activated. Koji elsewhere has got the frag. Vague gets 2 more, and then they're all falling one by one. Oyun, what has happened to you?
That was... Man, that was really, really awkward the entire time for Oyun. They had a bit of a bye. Now they don't. They are gone into the depths of the eco land. I mean, best case scenario for Oyun is 4-8 at the half, but that means they have to win out this eco round, which the eco rounds have not been very good throughout the series so far. I mean, Ascent, I think we saw 1 Thrifty. This one so far, we have not seen any Thrifties from either team. So I got to feel like WKNK should have this half pretty much secured up. And I want to say double digits is almost guaranteed at this point, with a first kill going to Koji as well. Your KJ's done, and that's so much area denial completely eliminated.
Yeah, not to mention typically the anchor that you're going to be playing with, right? Somebody who can hang out, deep onto a site, play with, just one player there, and maneuver around in order to play up against usually a full team execute. That player's gone. Koji taking some space, and he's pulled all the rotates. Literally everyone here.
Koji still on that lurk. They've got 1, they've got 2, they have got 3. The 4th evades them. Yet, still, they did their job and then some. It's a 4 versus 2. Not Flick gets taken down by Akai before Mine takes them out. Still a very unwinnable situation. Pop goes the Dizzy. That paranoia barely catches them, but it does enough to get the blind. They still have to find a way to push. They've got 1 kill, but still 1 versus 2, and the spike's already halfway gone.
I have heard Dutch evacuate this area swiftly.
1 enemy remaining.
And so the low HP is going to work out. I was about to say, can you get Izzy up there? Or Wingman up there? I don't think so.
No.
Valiant effort, damage done, but round lost. It's looking phenomenal for WKNK.
That one was pretty close for Oyun as well. Despite they had that Omen on the lurk, things looked really good since then, from there on out. But Gecko could not do anything. They had a 1 versus 1 at the end, but it's still clutched up by WKNK, and it looks like Mind this time going to attempt to send out the Thrash. And hopefully for them, they get something that can lead OU to their first round victory in, I want to say, at least 7 rounds. As, oh my goodness, or at least 5 or 6 rounds.
And as if it couldn't get worse, Kai taking the space and taking their time would be 1 for them, another for Dutch, as the opening 2 engagements go awry. Dizzy goes up, and I mean, it'll give confirmation, but they already know that there's one out mound, and I think this is like that type of mistake where you're investing utility when you don't necessarily need to. It's kind of a unfortunate scenario here for this squad of Oyun, but they look a little lost. I mean, it absolutely, if I were to be a guessing man, has to do with that break we had, but they definitely look like they have been pulled out of the game a little bit and now are trying to refine their footing.
Double digits is on the mend for WKNK off of this spike explosion. As Kumi and Mind are just completely stuck. There's nothing they can do. They've got to smoke up. There's not enough time to rotate back around, and unfortunately, this has to be a save. I think you have to play for the 10-2.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just try and get whatever you can. I mean, 2 versus 4, the time that was left, it just wasn't winnable, so it doesn't even matter what you have on your side. You just gotta try it again next time. And it's like immediate as well. The amount of times that we're just seeing the opening pick go towards WKNK. They're just instantaneously at a 5-on-4, 5-on-3, or even better. As, I mean, that just kind of goes to show you the confidence right now. The op tossed away by Kai, and a rifle grabbed up.
I was gonna say that I know that Akai's been doing pretty good with the operator so far, but I guess they don't want to use it though. We know that Sigmund wants to stay on that op, but they thread the needle between 2 agents right there, and it does not find its home. And yet again, C site has been completely forfeited. This is one of the hardest sites in the game to retake, especially the hardest on Lotus. As in comes the retake attempt. Thrash gets pushed out as they try to open up a little bit of space. They are able to find one thanks to Flick. And speaking of not Flick, there is a Flick by Sigmund. And we finally have an advantage situation for Oyun. But they still have to find a way to get through.
One solid needs to connect. Can't find it. It's Dutch. That's a nice find from Thrash. It'll be 1v3. The first is found, but Dutch will fall, and Wingman will get the defuse on that one. Lots of invest, all worth it in the end. It's that second round, and as much as that seems like it shouldn't matter, you and I both know how much it does.
Yeah, absolutely had to have it. I have seen a couple of 10-2 comebacks on Lotus, but anything more than that, not a chance. 11-1, never seen it happen. 12-0, never seen it happen. I've never seen a 12-0 happen anywhere. But yeah, a 10-2 is manageable. Incredibly hard. Let me preface by saying it is unfathomably difficult to get a 10-2 comeback, but we saw it literally yesterday, so we know it's possible. They brought it back to OT. UFC did. They could not finish it out. But, I mean, OU, they have a knack of getting these comebacks. We got to remember back to Ascent yesterday. They went down 0-5, and they were still able to bring it back to halftime 6-6. So there is definitely room for mistake for WKNK and definitely room for a win for Oyun.
Well, it starts all with the pistol, that's for sure. Koji gonna get the first, and Masakumi on the other side with Sigmund finally getting activated. This is into a 3-on-3. Dutch will put down the paranoia. That falls wide, so it won't connect on to anybody. Access to the back of the site. It's Dizzy. Connect the shot. Vague coming through. And another shot required. A 1v2. Mind will deliver. And that is a third round. A much needed pistol round up for Oyun.
Once again, feels like this is becoming my catchphrase at this point. Had to have it. Oyun gets the pistol round. We're looking a little bit dicey in the mid-round, but WKNK eventually just let it slip right out of their grasp. So Oyun will be able to buy up a little bit better going into this anti-eco round. And WKNK is hardly playing into it at all. They have 4 sheriffs, and that is it. I like what they're doing. They know that they have all the time in the world to win just 3 rounds. I mean, they have to win 3 before Oyun wins 10. So this is very much manageable.
That it is. The chances are slim, but we both know, I mean, what those chances look like. Objectively attainable. Little damage done. Koji can't quite find the connection onto the head. It's not quite cool. Upgrade that pistol. As Kai, nice timing through the smoke. I mean, does well to find that one, but it's not a shot that connects, not a headshot nor anything further. With the dash out, can't adjust, tries a different gun. Dutch, though, is having more success, but I saw it on the flank. Should be the end of any chance that he has at victory. And I say should be. For no. Finally spotted and taken down. It got expensive, though. Oyun, a lot more money than they wanted to spend.
It's really going to hurt the bonus round. They lost so much more than they wanted to going into it. So now, if they end up losing this bonus round, things are going to look really, really bad. The only gun that they were able to keep over was that Vandal. If they win this round, they're fine. But if they lose it, their economy is going to be trashed beyond repair. Should pretty much secure WKNK getting a 12th. But of course, the eco round, always in play. Haven't seen it too much today, but we have to mention it.
Fair enough. Thrash. Been a big topic of conversation and a big potential turning point for this Oyun squad, actually. Kai, lucky to get out of there. Nice quick decision making. The paint shells don't quite connect, but the exit is far more important than any chip damage that you would have seen. Spike still out towards C, where the mound positioning is strong enough for Oyun. WKNK yet to make any sacrifices, though. They're still 5 strong.
They are, same with Oyun. No kills just yet. A little bit of damage done from WKNK onto that breach as they are booted down to about 90, anywhere from 90 to 95. So that is a bit of a disadvantage, but not enough to make a huge difference. Out comes the Thrash on the attack over at the C site. As Ben comes the execute. Great kill from Not Flick. Almost the kill from Falcon. And there they finally have one, but it's immediately taken back down. Evened up a little bit. Still a one-man advantage for the attacking Oyun side, but definitely manageable, but the flank is too good. And there's the bonus round secured.
I mean, okay, Oyun. To be fair, they keep us on our toes, and this is the start that they needed to jump back in there. And I also mentioned it did feel like they got kind of yoinked out of the game, pulled off of what they were trying to put together. Not that it was looking good at the time that we got into that pause, but feels like they found a bit of a strategy here that's working for them. They're keeping it slow on their attacking side, not being overzealous, and they're sticking together, playing basic but very effective strategies.
5 eco round coming out now for the WKNK side. They need to make these smaller guns pop out because we don't want, well, I want, but WKNK does not want a recreation of that last Lotus map over in day 1, where Oyun were the ones who came back on. Oh, look at this timing. Wait a second. Solid. Easily takes down Vague. catches them off guard. They might have one more, but no, Dutch is a little better with the shot. The Sheriff is really good, and now the rotate's coming in, and Dutch has another one in the back pocket before they're finally taken down.
3-on-3, and the biggest issue at the moment is that Falcon is still chilling here. Oh, but this adjustment back to B might be exactly the plan of action for Yoon. You're going to get Wingman. This is where Wingman is so fantastic because you can take space whilst the spike is going down. That extra couple of seconds that you have to get into position is so worthwhile.
Foolish.
Oh, but Mind can't escape. Get out of there. A free shot, but a whiffed shot for Falcon. And it's not going to happen. If Falcon had connected the shot, then maybe there was a chance. It's now Toon alone in a 1v2. That's to try and find some space. The jump spot out in the open. Sigmund is down low. Is going to hit the shot. There's just not a lot of time left, though. We're going to hold on to the half and not flip. We'll swing for the fences and knock it right out of the park in the 1v1.
4 in a row, but for the eco round, you could not ask for much better until you get into that round win territory because they got a lot of kills. They took it to a 1 versus 1. They could have tried to save it out. They could have tried to save that Vandal out, but I mean, you've already got enough for the next round. You had to try it. They could have got a little more aggressive, maybe look for that last kill, try to strip off that last gun, but still a great eco round for WKNK. No complaints from their side. But they need to turn it into some momentum. They've lost 4 in a row, 5 in a row if you count the last round's offense or defensive side as well. So some momentum needs to be regained.
And how to regain that momentum, that's the question. Honestly, they don't need that much momentum. They just need 2 rounds to push this to map point and then a single other to bring it over the line. I'm thinking that we can see just an opening pick, you know, find some way to get an early advantage. That would help pull the trigger. Touch on the paranoia. Moving in, the showstopper. It's a trade back and forth. Would have liked to see Sigmund stay alive, but that opening pick's good enough. An adjustment back to B. Swing through. Falcon, that's one way to do it. Looking for another out in the open, and he's got more. Give him the third. Wants to find the fourth, but not Flick says not today. Finally, they get that momentum swing just a little bit back their way.
Needed to keep those guns, so you could not ask for a better time to do it. Big ups for Akai, though, getting 1, 2, and 3 back-to-back. Nearly getting the 4th one as well. But without Akai, that was likely a lost round. They have enough money to buy up mostly into this next round. And if they can get this one away from Oyun, then this might just be the push they need to secure this map. Because Oyun's starting to run out of money.
Yeah, I mean, as great as these opening 4 rounds of the half have been, it's just been 4 rounds that Oyun have had. And not all of these have gone so swimmingly as a couple of those later rounds have. Oh my goodness, Dutch nearly timed that perfectly. Could have pulled off a shot. That's a little bit terrifying.
Cage triggered.
So many of these Oyun players are close to death, but they get away unscathed. Rash available. It's the big ticket ultimate ready to go. And I solid waiting for the swing, but it's vague to deliver.
Not beating Vague. Simple as that. We see the shots from Koji not quite landing the death shot. And Sigmund has the kill onto Koji. Dutch has been blinded. They've been flashed. They've been stunned. But I don't think anybody knows that he's there. So he should be able to be a factor in this round, especially if he could sneak around. Vague not landing the shot, and Kumi ends their life. Up comes Toon, has a shot onto Mind, evens things up just a little bit. Still one advantage though, but not for long, as Dutch takes down Sigmund. Not Flick, gets 1 versus 1. Dutch has to reload, and they still swing out. Kumi gets it done again, and we go even further. Oyun keeps the comeback high.
And give me Mazkumi anytime there's like a 1v1 late into a round that drops down into the early 2v2, and you're like, okay, if Mazkumi is in the clutch, I'm absolutely guaranteeing that is in their favor. They've been so incredible when it comes to those late round scenarios. Oh my goodness, Oyun sticking it to this WKNK squad. Speaking of WKNK, they've got 4 ultimates coming into this round, but it's all pistols. So how do you even really utilize these outside of this Blade Storm? Hard to say. You're going to play that passive approach. Once again, swing coming out, and it's vague again onto Esaad.
Ig is taken down. Dutch has a lot more damage done than they want to. Those paint shells proving to be a big part of this round. Gotta watch out for Vague, though. Still alive, going over near the east side of the map. Has a great fault line. Doesn't get the job done, but it allows Vague to push up just a little bit further. But look at the shots. Dutch can't land them, and we've got to land those. There was so much potential. That could have been the Eco Secure.
Could have been a collat.
Could have been the collat easily, and now things are getting even worse and worse. Sveg is only good for 2, but so is Koji! Map point!
Here we go. It took a little bit of time to get back in here, and it's on an eco with the Blade Storm ×3. Koji delivers on the double kill to close it out with the Sheriff, and now there's 5 opportunities, 5 chances. WKNK to push this to a 3rd, winning their map pick, and sending us to Sunset. Absolutely stupendous moves being made. Rolling Thunder available, and where we've seen a little bit of a default in the previous rounds, it's currently looking very grouped for this squad over at Oyun.
Here.
It's hard to get over losing to an anti-eco. That is what they just happened in Sigmund. Little bit of scarring from that as well, considering they only have a Bucky. And sure, the Bucky can do a lot of work, but after the Thrifty round was won by WKNK, so much money in their pockets. And also the ultimates. This is going to be an incredibly difficult round to win if you are Oyun. There's 4 ultimates versus your 1, and I think the best gun they have is it's like a Guardian, maybe a Vandal and Light.
Not ideal, that's for sure.
Comes out. Rolling Thunder gets brought out, gets utilized in a perfect way. Dutch going to back up, forfeit the site, play for the retake.
Look at it's a Bucky playing close. It's from the shadows, just to gather some information. Showstopper coming back in. There's a Rolling Thunder as well that can follow this very nicely. It will be turned, but Sigmund still gets the frag before they fall. Neural Theft. And again, coming through, the lurk doesn't go forward. 3 on 4. They're going to get even the spam. Dutch is on the defuse, and Dutch will get away with it. That's 13-7. And that is the game for the WKNK squad on the comeback trail, keeping themselves alive in this series. This semifinal ain't over yet.
No, it is not. WKNK fighting tooth and nail to get into the grand finals. They want that date with Fraggers. Oyun wants it, but WKNK both are fighting for it. All 5 of them just keeping on and keeping on, going the extra mile to take down Oyun in map 2. But the work is not done yet. Map 3 still awaits. And Vincent, I think you called it after map 1, right before map 2. I think this is going to map 3. You were right.
Yeah.
You were absolutely right.
And you know, it was, like I said, just a little bit of a vibe that I'm getting, though. But the way that we were seeing them approach the opening stages of this game, it was just very confident. The consistency with which Vague was playing, it just, the stars were aligning. And at that point, well, it was honestly just a matter of whether or not the tech issues could get in their head. The answer, not at all. Yes, at the end of the map, we saw Oyun make a nice run towards the back end of this, trying to get themselves out of that hole that they dug. But ultimately they close and still in dominant fashion. I mean, 13-7 is still a very strong score line out for WKNK. And now they got to do it again. It's over to Ascent. That's what our decider is. Or to a Sunset, excuse me.
Yeah, Vincent, let's get a little weird with it. We haven't seen much Sunset throughout the competitive scene. It's been out for a while, but it's still the newest map in the game. But now we got to see how these two teams fare on it right after this break. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss it. Map 3 of the semifinals. Winner goes to the grand finals to get their date against Fraggers. We'll see you right back here.
House music. House music. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Dubai Police Valorant Tournament, Ramadan edition. We come with a bit of bad news. This is unfortunately all we have for tonight, as the last map of the game will be played tomorrow alongside the grand finals and the third place matchup. So that is all we have for tonight. But we want to thank you all for tuning in and hanging out with us over the past couple of hours. It has been a fun time, and we have enjoyed it very thoroughly. Make sure you catch us back tomorrow at the same time, same place, with more Valorant. You don't want to miss map 3, you don't want to miss the third place match, and you definitely don't want to miss that grand finals between Fraggers and whoever wins map 3 tomorrow. But thank you all for tuning in. Well, thank you for seeing you tomorrow. Well, thank you for coming in today. Thank you for coming in yesterday as well, and we hope to see you tomorrow. And if you do tune in tomorrow, thank you as well. Have a good night, and we'll see you then.
عاليا خفاقا تعلو راية وطننا بقيادته الرشيدة التي وضعت جل جهودها لتمنح الإماراتيين لقب أسعد شعب.
وظيفة الحكومة يا الأخوة هي تحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، أن الهدف هو إسعاد الناس وتسهيل حياة الناس وراحتهم.
من هنا كانت فكرة إسعاد. ولدت في إحدى الوحدات التنظيمية بشرطة دبي عام 2018 لتكون هدفاً لتحقيق السعادة للمجتمع، لأن الإنسان السعيد هو الأقدر على العمل والإنتاج لتنمية وتحقيق الازدهار والرفاه. تم تأسيس المركز للسعي في تقديم الخدمات لكافة موظفي شرطة دبي ولجميع المؤسسات والهيئات الحكومية المحلية والاتحادية والجهات الشبه حكومية والمؤسسات والشركات الخاصة وأفراد المجتمع في قطاعات عديدة شملت معظم مستلزمات المعيشية وغيرها العديد. يكمن الهدف الرئيسي من توفير هذه البطاقة بالمساهمة في إسعاد الموظفين من خلال المشاركة في تحمل الأعباء المعيشية لتوفير خصومات معتبرة في مختلف المجالات منها الصحية والتعليمية والأسرية والسكن والترفيهية وغيرها، وتقديم مساعدات إنسانية ومجتمعية للمحتاجين من مختلف شرائح المجتمع، حيث تجاوزت بجغرافيتها وأهميتها لتشمل العديد من الدول والقارات بعروض ونسب مبهرة تتناسب مع العرض والطلب لكافة شرائح المجتمع.
أشكر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد على إطلاقه هذه المبادرة.
لم تقف بطاقة إسعاد عن التطوير في تقديم المزيد من الخدمات، فقد أطلقت مبادرات مجتمعية وإنسانية تعنى بتقديم المساعدات المالية والعينية والمعنوية للعديد من المحلات المجتمعية والإنسانية، والتي تم تغطيتها بالتعاون مع عدة رعاة محليين وعالميين قدموا كافة الدعم لتكون هذه المبادرة ذو قيمة وفائدة في جميع القطاعات، بناء على التوجيهات الحكيمة لسمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، الذي يسعى دائما على أن يكون السباق في مبادراته البناءة والهادفة لإسعاد الشعب.
أن المواطن أول وثاني وثالث.
كانت هذه المبادرة التي أصبحت شعارا للتقدم والتطور بتأمين الخدمات والتسهيلات لحامليها محط أنظار لكافة القطاعات، فقد حصدت بطاقة إسعاد العديد من الشهادات التقديرية على أدائها عمل التنظيمي كأفضل فريق إداري على كافة الأصعدة. والمشوار لا يزال في البداية، لأن التطلعات المستقبلية ستكون أكثر شمولية مع التركيز على روح الفريق، الأمانة والمسؤولية والحرفية.
I love you.
Backlines 1391 a triple
kill. Double kill from the Omen. And this guy is spotted the Mortier 4
No way!